All right, so it looks like we are going to get started. Can everyone hear us? Let me go ahead and bring us on stage. All right, let's. All right, Ms. Hadiatu, are you there? Welcome everyone. Welcome to the Color Me Digi Summit. And yes, many of you had some technical difficulties getting in. I super apologize. And we may have technical difficulties throughout the day, but look, Hadi, what champions do what?
Adjust.
Adjust. There
We
we
do
go.
what? We adjust.
So we're going to start off the day by, if you guys don't already know myself, I'm Charisma, and this is Hadiatu, and we are the founders of Color Me World. We're going to start off by sharing with you our big purpose, and then giving out. Me and Hadi's going to share our story on exactly how this came to be, and then we have a killer lineup waiting for all of you guys today, so we can elevate, we can manifest, we can just have more inside of our lives. So, without further ado, let's start with our big purpose. So, our big purpose for creating Color Me World, for creating this community, was to be able to connect, elevate, and empower underrepresented demographics globally so that they could connect, learn from each other, grow and elevate personally, and develop professionally.
Sure.
The power, the secret is in your connections and in the information that we can share with one another. In 2022 and beyond, community is going to be more important in your lives than ever before. And
Sure.
specifically, private communities away from all of the other noise. So, as a member of Color Me World, you're going to be able to tap into an elevated global community that's going to guide you, support you on your journey to living a more meaningful, healthier, and happier life. Having the freedom to travel the world, having the freedom to work from anywhere, and do what best serves your mind, your body, and your soul, while also cherishing the time that you spend alone with the people you love the most, no matter where you are off adventuring around the world. So with that said, Hadi, I'm going to go ahead and let you begin the story
Cool.
on like how we met and then how this manifested to us creating Color Me World.
For sure. So, what's up, everybody? Happy Saturday. Definitely excited to be able to spend the day with you. I'm in Detroit, so it is snowy and ugly. So, there's nothing better to do than sit right here and listen to us today. Some of you guys are in much warmer places. I see Sean is on here. You're in Miami, so don't tell us what the weather is. Nobody put in the chat what their weather is. Don't do it. Don't do it. You'll get kicked out right now. But no, in all seriousness, this has been kind of like a brainchild. So Charisma and I met through, for real, like a digital concept. So a way that we could make money on the side of what we were doing anyways. My background is in entrepreneurship. I started working within the NFL, and I don't know, and you guys can like put this in the chat. I don't know if any of you guys are similar to me, where you realize very early that having somebody else tell you what to do, that wasn't it. I realized very early, and when I say very early, as a kid, that's why I got in trouble all the time, right? So I struggled with having people tell me how I was supposed to do things, the way that I was supposed to look, what success was supposed to look like, but I had no idea how to truly step out. And so what I did was I did the traditional path. I went to college. I ended up getting a job within the NFL. I realized in 6, 7 months that I'm gonna get fired, right? Or I'm going to hurt somebody. So it was time to go. And I left, and I ended up taking a step back in my career from what everybody else would see. So I took a step back and I became an assistant to somebody. Became a secretary, essentially, a glorified secretary. I mean, my mother was so angry that that was a decision that I made. But one of the things that I've learned in life, and you guys, this is a community for this, your network is more important than anything else. Your network is more important than anything else. And so why I left working for the NFL and came to be somebody's assistant is because that man was connected to everybody in the city of Detroit. I said, within a year, I'll know everybody powerful that I need to know. I'll be able to do the things that I want to do. And I stayed with him for about 4 years. And then I started my own company. And in that company, I realized another thing that I would have never thought would have stuck out in my mind or rang true in my life. I realized that being your own boss sucks sometimes. I know, Because everybody tells you, like, you're going to be your own boss. It's great. And I was like, I wasn't sleeping. I was doing everything by myself. If you started your own company, you're the marketing person, you're the finance person, you're the everything person. And it started to wear on me. And what happened was I started asking the universe, manifesting. I said, "Can you please give me a way that I could travel the world and make money?" Like, that's all I wanted. I went to school to travel the world and make money. I went to school for international business. And so what ended up happening was I truly believe I manifested the lifestyle that I have today because I spoke it and I believe that it was possible. I knew that it was going to happen. I just had no idea how. And that's truly how Charisma and I met. We met through a travel community that allowed us to make some money. And I was like, I'm down. Guys, I am very transparent as to like where my success comes from. And I started my work from anywhere lifestyle, not from my normal entrepreneurship, but from the industry of social marketing or network marketing. Something I would never do in a million years. I was like, leave me alone, go get a real job. Don't ask me about any of those things. But those things allow me to meet the most amazing people that I could have ever imagined. Those things also expanded my mindset and put me in a place where I could network with more people out of my normal reach and or stand. And so now we're here. We said, okay, listen, we've been able to be successful in one area. Now let's continuously diversify. Let's learn from other people that have figured out how to make life work as a digital nomad. And so that's why we're here. And we're co-founders, but I'm going to be like 100. It was Charisma that had the foresight to truly put this community together. She understood why it was needed for everybody. I thought about it, but had no idea. And, in life, you should find people that are way better than you at certain things. You don't ever have to be the best. You got to have people that know how to do the things that you don't. And that's why we are here today. And so I'll pass it over to Charisma. So tell us, how did you get into this work from anywhere atmosphere, and why do you believe that this is so important?
Yeah, so Hadi, just like you, my work from anywhere concept came from joining a freaking travel club. I had no idea really what I was joining, but when I joined it, I knew that I was like, this is it. It wasn't just about the travel, but it was the people that I met along that journey. And there's others that are inside of this that's going to be on today that we've met during that journey. But during that journey, I had a devastating thing that happened to me. My second born son passed away. And when that happened, I realized that life was just too short for me to do anything else other than I wanted to spend it with my firstborn son. And I wanted to spend every waking moment making memories because guess what? Neither of our lives were guaranteed. That forever changed my mindset. And hopefully, it doesn't take anyone that's watching this here today to have something so drastic happen to you for you to finally wake up to realize that it's time to start living life now.
Okay.
The pandemic was a wake up call for everyone that it is time for us to start living life on our terms. We should not be living our life slaving every single day working for someone else. If you have a job, by all means, that is for you. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that if you do have a job, figure out how to work remotely so that you can go and do the things that you want to do. So that led me to, I was actually at the travel and adventure show and I met a young lady and she was like, hey, I'm going to invite you to this women's travel event we're having tomorrow. There's 500 women. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to invite them all to go travel the world with me. This is going to be so great. But I walked in there and I realized that there was women doing other things to become a digital nomad. They were doing other things to be able to work from anywhere. And guess what? They too were traveling the world. And so I said, you know what? I need to help more people because they may not just want to do what I was doing. They may not want to be in the network marketing space, but there are so many other ways to be able to make a living. And one of them is a panel that we're going to talk about is I say how to make your money make babies. It's investing. There's multiple ways. Like you got to figure out how to make money in your sleep and how to make your money make babies.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can do those two things, boom, you get to start spending it with your kids. You don't have to have no latchkey kids. You don't have to worry about when you have sick ones, loved ones, having to figure out, oh, can I take this day off? Oh, it's my birthday coming up. I can't even take the day off because I got to work. But that journey led me to looking for someone because I knew that I couldn't build this alone. And so, voila, the pandemic. So I had met Hadi through our travel club, but the pandemic brought us closer together. And we began to develop this more personable relationship and this trust between one another, because all I wanted to do was help her on the backside end on doing her social networking. And then I was like, you know what, we should partner up, because she was building a small community and I was building a community. And then I decided, what if we all came together and build one amazing community to all help the masses? So without, like, don't let Hadi say it was all me, but this girl's got a network 20 more times bigger than me. So, but without further ado, Hadi, if you can do me a favor,
Yeah.
introduce our first speaker, because
Yeah.
I'm just going to drop the mic because that's all I'm going to say about her. So I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce her.
Cool deal. And what Charisma basically is saying is collaboration is key. And guys, in life, you gotta collaborate. That is so important. And I think that people try to do it themselves. And that was my hard lesson in entrepreneurship. I was trying to do everything by myself, but you're only one person. There's only 24 hours in a day. And so you've got to find partnerships. You know, they say that your income is the average of the 5 people that you're around the most, but so is your mindset, your lifestyle. It's about the people that you spend time with that can help elevate you. And the lady that I get to introduce is somebody that has elevated me in so many different levels. And it's crazy that I keep using that word elevate, because that is her foundation. It's truly about elevating the humanity, elevating your mindset, elevating your lifestyle. And she does it through multiple different ways. She does it through, wealth mentorship. She does it that way. She also talks to you about movement and how that allows you to elevate your lifestyle. What I love the most about this beautiful young lady that you're going to be able to see in a second, and who is going to open up the day for us, is that she has a massive amount of humility, but it never stops her voice and her power. So, there's some people that are humble and meek, and then there's other ones that are relatable, that will allow you to believe that, oh my God, I can do that too. And that's this young lady. Now, she has massive amounts of accolades. She's got a PhD. Like, this young lady is overqualified. And I could give you a list of things that will make you say, wow, 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 wow. Her voice, though, that's what's going to take you over the top. Not only is she a phenomenal mother, not only is she a phenomenal daughter, not only is she a phenomenal sister, she's also take you from 0 to 100 really quick by her words. You will hear her passion and her energy literally jump through the screen as she talks to you about how your mindset today can truly transform your 2022. What I love about her is that she was able to say, listen, I went to school and I did all the things that I was supposed to do as an athlete, and I was there. But then I decided from that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start some businesses. I'm going to start some businesses. Then I'm going to go back to school and get more education so I can educate more people. She's a naturopathic doctor also. She doesn't practice in that space, but she's there. So guys, listen, from running multiple gyms, from running successful international businesses, she just, during the pandemic, she started a studio during the pandemic. And it is more than thriving, right? And so without further ado, I'm excited to introduce you to my sister from another mister, a young lady that I'm so excited to be able to do life with, somebody that will inspire me to be the best version of me over and over again. And guys, she's going to do the exact same thing for you. And so you guys need to just literally brace yourself so that you can be prepared to take in this phenomenal message that this beautiful being is going to share with you. And so, Miss Jessie Ruoff, are you here, Queen?
I'm here, loud and clear. I'm here, and I'm beyond grateful. This is such an incredible opportunity, and I do not take it lightly. So, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the space with you and amazing Charisma and your Color Me World community. So, I'm happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. Listen, I was thinking, like, who would be the best person to open the day, and you were number one. Because if I'm having a horrible day, I could either go to your social media page and read what you're writing, or I can get a call from you and I know that it will set my day on the right path. And I believe that people need people like you in their life, you know, like Jesse, let your light shine is truly who you are. And you've had so many things that you've overcome, even most recently in your life, and you still come out on top and you create a message to impact the world through it. So, Jesse, I'm going to give it to you for you to open up this day, because people are ready to receive a message and you are the right one to deliver it.
Well, I'm just so excited to be here, and I wish I could like be in real life with all of you, because I want to give you a hug. For those of you, you know, that are new to this kind of a forum, or you're new to Hadiatu and Charisma, you're probably feeling very lucky right now. You're feeling blessed. You're feeling like, how did I get into this position right now? What you probably are going to realize as the day goes beyond is that Charisma and Hadiatu are rare, bright, shining gems, and the way they show up in this world is it is beyond inspiring, and it's beyond humbling. So the fact that they invited me to be here in this lineup, I'm just excited to be here and be in the lineup of this amazing day. I believe that, you know, we're meant to seize our thriving ship, right? We're meant to really own our worth and live into our truth in all areas of life, and particularly with the way in which we really want to live. I believe that life is meant to be loved, and that we get to create this incredible world. And so, you know, elevating the mindset, I think, is part of it, but it's elevating the feeling ship inside of you, remembering your worth, remembering that you don't have to do anything different to have everything that you want, right? I think, you know, we're born perfect. We're born just this original perfect. And for any of you that are out there that are parents, you can see that, you know, in your babies and your toddlers and your children, that there is this curiosity, right? There's an authenticity to what brings them joy and excitement. And I feel like as we get older, we tend to pack on these experiences, and sometimes very traumatic experiences, where the world pushes us and pulls us, and then we become an adult and we're like, wait a minute, I thought I was doing the right thing, but I'm not happy, right? Or I thought I was doing what somebody else wanted me to do, and I'm not exactly where I want to be. And so, you know, as we introduce this day, you are in the right place. So I want to invite you to fully arrive. I think that's the biggest thing. You know, I want you to fully arrive mentally, physically. Definitely sit in your chair, be comfortable, find a position for you to receive the information all the way through. You know, I'm a big believer in teaching people how to fully enter and fully exit a situation, fully enter a training day and fully exit. I believe that the more keen you become in your levels of awareness of being present in this moment, so like what you hear, right? What's going on inside of your head, your intuition, your taste, your sense, the awareness that you can expand in this moment is going to determine the volume of how much information you're going to not only be able to receive, but digest, make your own, and then transform out in your next level of decision making and consistency. And so, you know, a little bit about me. You know, I was raised in a small town, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I always felt alone. I always felt very different. You know, everybody always had like groups of best friends, and I always felt like I wanted to be friends with all the different groups and all the different types of people and all the different interests. And I never really felt like I found my tribe, or like my friend family. And I feel like that was very continuous my entire life. And one of the things that, you know, I was blessed with was sports and athletics. And I played a lot of sports all year round, every year, starting at a very, very young age, and then started very like premier level training in about fifth grade, right? Fifth grade. So it's like 10, 11 years old. And then that continued me on. And I was a Division I track and field athlete. And the reason why I bring that up is because movement to me is such a gift to teaching people how to show up, how to change, right? How to evolve, how to improve. Also how to be a team player, how to be collaborative, which is a word you heard already many, many times today. You know, it also teaches you about you. It gives you an immediate reflection. So, you know, if you're out there and you come from a sports background or a body background, I want to see in the chat, like, what sports did you play? This is also kind of a test of like who's actually listening, right? You know, you're 20 minutes into an event, or you already checked out. what we know now in a very, very virtual and technological world is that people are more distracted than ever. And so I want to challenge you to take a deep breath and get in your body and respond. What sports did you play? Did you play any sports, right? Or were you in music? What were you doing when you were a kid because you wanted to do it because it was fun, because it was exciting, because it brought you to a better place, right? There was purpose in what you were doing. And I want you to remember what it feels like. I want you to kind of transport yourself. So I see track and field, I see cheerleading, I see soccer, I see volleyball. I know that there's a lot more out there. What groups were you part of when you were a kid? Before there was a right or a wrong, or these were the cool kids, or whatever. I want you to just write that. And then I want you to transport yourself to what it felt like to be there, right? You're also probably thinking of who was there with you? And also what did you learn from that experience? I think being an athlete has taught me more than anything. And it also put me in a place of a foundation to catapult me forward into business and into life. And it really, to me, gave me a head start. This is why athletes are some of the highest recruited people on the planet. They know how to win, they know how to lose, they know how to work hard, and they know how to be part of a team. And so if you're in a place in your life right now and you want more, then I want you to think about those couple things. Number one, what's your relationship to yourself like today? Not yesterday, not before the pandemic, not tomorrow. What is your relationship with yourself today? Do you feel worthy? Do you appreciate yourself? Do you love yourself? Do you like yourself, right? What's the relationship with yourself? Number two, what are your practices every day that fuel you, that make you feel good, right? That help you positively think and speak and act in an empowering way, in a way that would put you in a position to take you where you want to be, right? So it's about the consistency, right? And then number three, really quickly, who are you with? Who is your tribe? Who is your community? Who are you communicating with? You know, Hadiatu said it's all about your network, and it's true. Particularly over the last few years, and what people are experiencing is we are all sharing an immense amount of challenge. We're experiencing collective, real challenge. People are afraid. People are apathetic. People are uninspired. People are bored. People are overwhelmed. If you are overwhelmed, right, over the last couple of years, right in there, just I, right? I want you to start to see how you are not alone. That challenge has been part of the collective experience. But if you look at it with a perspective of what it can do to create new connection, it's not going to hold you back. It's not going to make you feel bad. It's not going to make you slow down. It's actually going to help you to ground, connect, and catapult forward. When I started my entrepreneurial career, I think a lot of what I wanted to create was success, to show people that being different and weird was okay, because I never followed the rules. I graduated college early. You know, I was into alternative medicine. Everything I did, I felt like was out of the norm. And I feel like there was an inner motivation that I wasn't yet connected to that was about proving people wrong. And it was about being successful for other people for reasons that weren't going to help me or give me staying power. And so what's really interesting about that is that it led me into my second business that I started, which was a network marketing opportunity. And when I met my mentor at that time, I was open to the idea of, making money while I was sleeping. I was open to the idea of empowering other people. I was open to the idea of, being a mobilepreneur, which at that point was very, very rogue. Being a mobilepreneur wasn't a thing, right? Like Facebook was very new. There was no Instagram. So imagine there's no social media really, right? And you're now going to be a mobilepreneur, but you still had to learn to show up. But what I learned was really the power of being good at something worth being good at. And what I learned in that experience as I jumped into the next level of my evolution was that being completely uncomfortable, being in the unknown, being a student, was one of the greatest gifts that could gift my future. I dove all into my uncomfortability. And I think being in a physical relationship with myself as an athlete taught me to do that. It also taught me to work really, really, really hard. The beginning of my career was very masculine. I mean, all the coaches I had growing up and my original business mentors We're all men. And if you're a man out there, this is not a man bashing sentence. It's just to say that there's a lot of ways to be successful, and there's a lot of ways to feel successful, design success, execute success, be consistent with success. And for me, and early on in my life, it was very much about how hard I worked, and I could outwork anyone, and how fast I could go. I'm going to tell you this. It led to making millions of dollars. It led to a lot of accolades. It led to paying for experiences like going to MIT when I was in my 30s just because I wanted to be challenged yet again. It led me to traveling all over the world. It fueled me to open up other businesses just for fun, right? To launch other people's ideas, to support entrepreneurship in other people. But what it also gifted me with, and listen to my language, because language has vibration and power, it gifted me an autoimmune disease. It gifted me a completely atrophied tendon in my leg where my whole right leg barely functioned. It gifted me stillness. It forced me to stop. So the reason why I want to tell you that is because it wasn't until about 8 or 9 years into my entrepreneurial venture that it really began. And it really began to lead me into feeling my way forward, into receiving success in a way that I didn't have to work my tail off every minute of every day and beat myself down to get there. So today I live in a very different world. And so today what that brings me to is, what is your relationship to change? Changeability, adaptability, innovation. What is your relationship to letting go of yesterday, of everything that's happened up until that moment, the labels that make you feel strong, the labels that you use with other people? What is your relationship to letting go of people that spend time talking about things that do not matter, or don't make you feel empowered, or don't bring you where you want to be, or don't allow you to feel the way you want to feel? What is your relationship to being in alignment with business ideas, right? Technological systems, virtual worlds that are going to bring you prosperity, abundance, or give you the ability to do what you really want to do, like when you were a kid. Because it is your relationship with change. And this is what 19 years later, after starting my entrepreneurial venture, 19 years later of trying to figure out why I was so motivated to be successful for other people, and having to change to learn how to be successful for myself and my spirituality and who I am and who I want to be, to changing the way I made money, regardless of what other people thought or understood, changing the way I did make money, changing what I did to make money. So I challenge you today to know that today you are going to be intuitively guided. Words are going to be spoken. Sentences are going to be communicated. Energy is going to be shared with a lot of people today that have immense success and an understanding of what to do. And I'm going to tell you today, your interest is going to be triggered. And I want you to pull the thread of that interest. I want you to pull the thread of that excitement. And I want you to write it down. And then right underneath it, I want you to write down what it makes you feel. Not if you think it's a good idea, not what it sounds like to be, but where does the feeling come from? Because I'm going to tell you the art of manifestation lives in your feeling. It is why I created in the pandemic a studio called Elevated Movement. It is because every single day I have learned that I need to understand how I feel, not only if it's what I know I need to continue to feel, right? The higher vibrations of joy and peace and freedom and love, but how to transform when I don't feel that way, when I'm anxious, when I'm scared. And yes, this is not about a relationship to sports. This is not a relationship to fitness. This is not a relationship to working out. It's a relationship to changing. It's a relationship to moving forward. And movement in your body creates movement in your mind, which creates movement in your life. So I could not find what I needed through a pandemic, through a pregnancy, through almost losing my life, through getting physically assaulted in a carjacking, through massive change and challenge. So I created it because I knew if I wasn't feeling on the top of my game, that I needed to create it for me first, right? See, the student is ready right now. If you are here listening to receive the teaching, there are teachers here. The question is, where do you need to connect? And so I invite you today to be open in mind, to be present in body and to be relaxed into the feeling. Because if you can feel your way forward, you are automatically connected to a source of energy and a flow taking you forward where infinite abundance and prosperity is at your fingertips. It's synchronistic and it's spontaneous, but it is going to be in your relationship to change and what you consistently are willing to do in mind, in voice, and in body to empower movement forward. I'm going to challenge you today to lead yourself forward with love in your heart and love for the idea and love of what it can do rather than fear. I'm going to tell you that fear there can be transformed as one of the most powerful catalysts for you to get what you want, but you are exactly where you need to be. So welcome to this Color Me World Summit. You are going to be poised to be fueled and filled with teachings from a plethora of sources and places that are going to connect to the pieces of you where you feel like you have lack. I hope you come out of today feeling whole, feeling vibrating at a level that you are ready to go. And I hope that you feel that these practices that you can implement can give you consistent confidence to be free, to be happy, and to continue to design the life that you deserve, that you were born into, and that you will always live. If you say you are ready, I want you to say, I'm ready for my day. I'm ready for my day. I'm ready to feel my way forward, and I am grateful to be in this position. Thank you for having me. Cheers, high five, jazz hands, fairy dust, all the things.
I am ready for my day. Like I said before we got started, drop the mic.
I told you. This is a perfect person to start off the day. I'm not seeing enough readies though. Like I'm looking to see the readies, and I know there's people watching because I saw it on here. So I need to see the ready. Because I need some of those vibes. Give me all of that. Ready. All right, Keith and Barbara are ready. Like you need that type of energy to get it through. Jesse, look at your text message that I just sent you.
Okay.
See if that's good. And guys, that's why I wanted her to start so that your mind could be prepared. You know, this next section that we're going to go into literally falls in line with what Jesse was talking about. And it's getting in alignment and then manifesting the lifestyle that you want and doing it the right way, right? So it's funny because Jesse and I have very similar stories, collegiate athletes. Like it's for real, almost scary how similar our stories are. Collegiate athlete, going hard nonstop. Both of us were able to find an autoimmune disease and say, hey, come over here, come hang with me. Right. Like, hey, I want you or not. But you know what it was is because we were manifesting something that was not truly what we desired. It was what everybody else told us it was supposed to be like, what success was supposed to look like. It was go hard all the time. Don't have a soft side to you at all. You've got to win. And we now have learned a different way. We figured out some different things. And so, Charisma, come on, let's get us started with this next segment so that we can keep pushing through this day and get everybody what they deserve today. Guys, remember, this is a free event. And anytime that you feel that you receive value throughout this event, put in their value. Like, I want to know when you get something that makes you say, aha, when you feel your ring light fall, when you feel that there's something inside you that like woke you up just a little bit, put value in the comments and, you know, feel free to tell your friends because there's somebody that's sitting on a Saturday afternoon and very similar to what Jesse said, they feel kind of empty. Like they don't have their tribe. Like it's so crazy that I meet so many adults that are like, they say this out their mouth. I don't have any friends. And I'm like, with the world of all these different people, all these different experiences, you have none, but it's because they weren't introduced to their tribe yet. And so this could potentially be it. Today could be the day that starts to shape them. And now they don't say like, I don't have any friends, but I have abundance of friends that bring me great value into my life. And so Charisma, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Yes. Again, drop the mic. That was a perfect, the most in alignment segment that could segue into this conversation that we're getting ready to have about manifestation and mindset. And then we're going to throw in there how wellness also plays a role in achieving the things that we want in life. So I'm going to start this off by saying I didn't used to believe in manifestation, not because I didn't believe it existed. I just didn't know what it was. And I didn't grow up with that word in my vocabulary. When it was introduced to me, I literally thought it was a lie. I was like, I don't have the power to manifest the things that I want in life. I don't have that. Like, I didn't believe that I had the power in me. But I had the chance to be around some certain individuals, and it could not have been the most divine timing that God placed me around some individuals to begin to put that seed into my mindset just months before my son passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And I was taught very early, shortly before that, the simple concept is to stop asking why are things happening to me, but ask why, what was I supposed to learn from this?
Mm-hmm.
So when my son passed away, I celebrated his life.
Mm-hmm.
I took a totally different turn, and I was told that I was crazy. What is wrong with her? No one understood what I was going through, and I was going through it in a different way because my mind was prepared to manifest and understanding that things didn't happen to me. They were happening to teach me a story, to teach me what I was supposed to go through. So during this segment, we're going to start off by, ladies, I want you to, most people don't understand the word because when I got introduced to that word, I was like, manifestation, what is that? So, in your own words, share with everyone here what that word manifestation means to you.
I'll give it to you, Jesse.
For me, it's about co-creation. And I talk a lot about this in the studio or, in business in general, because for me personally, I'll say this for me, like, I believe I'm a spiritual being in a human body. So I have a human experience, but it's spiritual. We all believe in different things, and I respect all of that. But there's something that we cannot control. If we can agree that we don't have absolute control, like every moment of every day, then what we must learn to do is have respect and appreciation for the unknown. Okay. Mm-hmm. The unknown, you call it the source, you could call it universe, you call it God, whatever. There's an unknown thing. And when that unknown becomes aligned with you, those two vibrations come together. And so everything is energy. Words are energy, like hair has a different energy than a nail, than an organ. There's energy, right? I've got my cotton shirt, and then there's like my velvet chair. Everything holds a vibration. And so it's part of why when I was talking about what it makes you feel, it's building a relationship here. It's not just saying, I want $1 million, or like writing $1 million on a piece of paper. If there's a disconnection between the peace that you feel having that, or whatever that emotion is for you, and that $1 million goal, there's no peace. It's like putting two puzzle pieces together, but there's no match, right? You can't put them together. And so learning how to be in co-creation starts with owning the energy of how you want to feel. And then in that 3-dimensional reality, giving it time to come towards you as well. And that's part of what I was talking about that Hadi Nacho and I did, which was overwork, which sometimes pushes stuff away. It's like, I'm running. Well, guess what happens when you chase someone? They run. they keep running. Like, if I looked at you and was like, oh, you'd be like, oh shit, she's gonna hit me, right? But if I invite you into my space and I have a relaxed, graceful, kind invitation, you are more likely to come to me. And it's the same energy with manifestation. So I see it as co-creation, alignment, vibration.
Yep. Or like law of attraction, like that mindset, just what you're attracting in by what you're giving out. And, I'm sure that some people, and maybe you guys haven't, but maybe you've heard of The Secret. And that was actually like my first introduction into manifestation. And I didn't get it because people talked about it all the time, where like they're telling me, if you think about this, you're going to get this. I'm like, yeah, okay. But like, you got to do X, Y, and Z. And so I wasn't believing that something could happen because I was so focused on how it was supposed to happen, instead of like focusing on the fact that if it's out here and I believe it, things will make things happen for me. Like the universe will conspire to give you the things that you want and you desire if you do the things you're supposed to, right? I didn't believe that. Like, if you tell me that I've got to get to the end of this stage, I'm telling you that I've got to walk this many steps to get there, and that's how it's going to be. But that's not it. Manifestation to me is belief. It's believing that you can attract what you deserve. And yeah, so The Secret, I'll go back to that really quick. So The Secret was my first introduction into manifestation. And it was something as small as this. Is like one of the things I remember. In The Secret, it talks about a young lady, let's say, a young lady that wants to get married. Okay. And she lays in her bed diagonal. Okay. So what does that mean? There's no room for somebody to ever be in the space next to her. She parks in the middle. And so this is a successful young lady, got a beautiful house. Everything else is where you're thinking it's supposed to be. But she just wants somebody to be next to her. But she has no space for it. She parks in her garage right in the middle. It's a 2-car garage. But she parks right in the middle. So everything that she's doing is saying there's no room. And that was one of the things that stuck out to me. And I'm like, do you make room for the things that you want? And to me, that's manifestation. So I'll give that to you, Charisma.
Yes. So along that journey, in the beginning, I really thought it was hard. So I'm going to ask you guys a 3-part question. Is manifesting hard to learn? Do you really have to never, ever think a negative thought? And do you have to ask for what you want for every single day?
I'm gonna say yes. Yes,
Okay,
you have to ask for what you want every day. Like,
yeah, I'm like, I remember the last question. The rest of them, I'm like, what was that?
No, it's not hard, but okay, I'm gonna bring it back to what I was talking about with change. Okay, if you were doing what you needed to do to have what you want to have, you'd already have it. Okay. If the circumstance in the environment that you currently live in was in the alignment, like we're saying, to plug in, fill in the goal, you'd already have it. So one of the things that I always tell people is, listen, if you don't know where you're going, any path will take you there. I'm going to say that again.
Ooh.
If you do not know where you are going, any path will take you there. And I feel like a lot of people waste a lot of time doing that. They're just like doing. Well, why are you doing it? I don't know. I'm doing it, right? There's an unconscious zombie mode. There's an automatic intrinsic current that's just like on a treadmill. Here we go. Here we go. And so until you call it into, I'm going this direction, like weight loss. Obviously, like I've been in a studio and a business for a long time. Everybody wants to lose weight. And I'm like, okay, great. So with humility, I need you to ask more questions to yourself every day. Why am I eating that? Right? Why am I talking about this? A lot of the things that we're doing aren't bringing us where we want to be, and they're actually pulling us further away. So humility first, because there's a lot of shame in change unless you have a relationship to letting go. So, the question, like, Charisma comes back to is it hard? Well, no, if you have a good relationship with change. If you say, you know what, it's okay. I've done this up until this moment. It was in my best understanding. Now with this new piece of information that it's not going to take me where I want to go, I need to stop letting go. I need to soften that cord and that tie, that addiction or whatever it is to that behavior so that I can be free to move forward. I can catapult myself forward. There's space in that. There's relaxation and there's appreciation for it getting me to where I am. That's why I think really challenging stuff is the most powerful fuel, emotional fuel to create new connection to where you want to be, whether it's anger, rage, fear, anxiety, humility, or not humiliation, whatever those, I never want to feel like that ever again. Sometimes you got to get that rocked to go, no more. Like they always say, sometimes you got to hit rock bottom before you come back up. And so that's why I think it's really important to go just build a relationship to humility and change. Be willing to shed your skin every day. Every day, start clean, start light, start in a direction. We are a 24-hour being. You got to hold the energy for as many of those moments as you can. That accelerates the momentum of your manifestation.
Got it. Well, I'm going to answer just a couple, like going around, because she really gave you everything that you need. If you're asking if it's hard to learn, I think it also has to do with the people that you're around and the way that the people around you are speaking. So, I didn't grow up and I love my parents. Absolutely amazing. By the way, I'm going to see my dad in Africa in like 15 days or something like that. So I had to throw that in there. But I love my parents and I'm so grateful that they gave me the foundation that they gave me. But a manifestation talk was never a part of it. Right. And so if you ask me if manifestation was hard when I was younger, yeah, I'd be like, what does that mean? And how could I do that in this environment? So your environment means everything. And so if manifesting is something that you're looking to do, you probably should surround yourself with people that speak that talk. Okay. So no, now do I feel like it's hard? Not at all, but it does require you to be still for a second. And maybe the world, what the world did in 2020, so almost a couple years ago, guess what it did? It gave us the opportunity to be still enough to do things like manifesting. Mm-hmm. Because you're so busy and you're driving to work. Okay, the drive to work is taken out. You know, you're so busy, you got to take the kids everywhere. Guess what? You don't have to take them anywhere anymore. And so it gave us the opportunity to be able to do that. So I think that is huge. And can you ever have a negative thought? I have negative thoughts daily, like I'm human. But one of the things that I've worked on is minimizing the amount of time that I let them live in my brain. So what I do is I have a list of like, what do I call them? It's my happy thoughts. Okay. So, you know, like everybody on here, if you know what your pet peeves are, like write pet peeve, just write it. You don't need to tell me what it is, but if you know what your pet peeves are, write pet peeves. Like the things that if somebody does this, you're like, you got to give them a whole side eye. You're irritated. It's like, I hate when people do this. We all know what that is, right? So let me like flip it to the other side. Do you also know the things that make you intrinsically happy? Like if you smell it, if you see it, if you think it, it brings you back. See, I believe that we have focused on, I know all the things that get on my nerves. You know what? I saw on social media, people were doing the thing like red flags. Like, this is a red flag. This is a red flag. Like they know all the things that are problems. Yeah. But have you ever sat to think, what brings me back? Yeah. When I start like sliding down the slope, and listen, you can slide down that slope. You can wake up at 5:30 and start sliding at 5:40. Okay. When you see yourself start to slide down that slope, what can you do to bring you back? So for me, like I like the smell of vanilla. Vanilla does that. I don't know why, but vanilla does that for me. Happy songs. So like, Because I'm Happy, that song by Pharrell, pretty cheesy, but like that's one of my songs. Yeah, like soca music. That's one of my things that can like literally, I hear it and I'll be like, okay, I'm back. What are those things for you that you can control? If you could start doing that, it allows your negative thoughts to be gone. Like people that have road rage, they need that happy list more than anybody else. Okay. Like that's important. And I think that's it. I think we gave pretty much everything else. Did we answer all the questions? I'm like looking. I'm like, I think I answered everything.
So there's two more, and we're right on time. So I'm gonna tell you a little story. So my son, I wanted to teach him the art of manifesting, and so I had him watch The Secret, which Hadi just mentioned, and he came back to me after that because I was trying to help him. He was struggling getting C's, D's, and F's, but this kid would import pieces from China to make fingerboard skateboarding and sell them for $20. So it's not that he just had a lack of interest in school. So he came to me after watching The Secret and he goes, Mom, so you're telling me first I have to see that I'm getting A's and B's and I got to believe it. And once I do, they'll come. And then I was like, yep. A semester later, all A's and B's. And I said, what changed? And he said, well, I saw it. And he was like, and I believed it. And I literally would see my teacher handing me the paper and I saw A's and I saw B's. And I was like, if this kid can get it, anyone can get it.
For sure.
So at the time, he was only in the 7th grade. So the question that leads me to that, because a lot of people do is, so they say, so all I have to do is think positive thoughts and things will show up like magic. That's the question for you ladies.
Okay, I'll go first, Hadi.
Okay, I'm like,
one of the things that I've learned through a lot of years of practicing manifestation, right? Because in the beginning, it can feel complicated, it can feel layered, right? And so you'll hear think positive thoughts, positive things. Well, a thought is a part of it. The key here is, and this is one of the things that I've been teaching and coaching in the movement world, because I believe it's the fastest way to teaching you to do it in the business world or the relationship world or whatever, because it's in your body, is teaching you to understand what shows up when. Okay. So like in business, for example. Okay. So like, let's say you're a salesperson. and you got to pick up the phone and make a call, right? Or you're face to face with someone and you got to make a call, and you're making money dependent on them saying yes, right? Here's what happens. Typically in your head, like you could be like, okay, so I've got my Think Big book. I'm like, think big, think big. Yes, they're going to say yes. They're going to say yes. And I could do it in my car the whole time. And then I could sit down, and all of a sudden my nerves go through the roof. My cortisol goes through the roof. My adrenals start to get, and they're not here. This is your thyroid. Your adrenals are, and you start to get nervous. And all of a sudden that emotion that you built up just 30 seconds ago in the car of I can, I will, they're going to say yes, it got deleted because the emotion and the stress of the moment turned back into doubt. It's how you show up when that matters. And so one of the things that we do at our studio is I teach you from stillness. Like you can't do anything. You got to learn to be still for long durations of time, all the way up to peak levels of physical intensity, which both, and then the whole spectrum, both are creating a hormonal and a chemical environment on the inside of the body. The whole body is in the brain, the mind, and the body on a chemical and a hormonal wavelength. If you can master that positivity, that the creation of whatever the outcome of your desire is at peak, and then all the way through the levers down to full stillness, now you're making real change. But so I'll say it again, how you show up when. So if you can write that down, you don't have an answer for it right now, but if you could take this for the next week and just say, all right, I'm going to be aware of how I show up when. So in a certain situation, do I get rude, right? Do I get angry? Do I get nervous? Do I get insecure? What do I show up? And then and I pick one thing, start building a consistent practice to slowly shedding whatever that lower vibration feeling is and elevate it up to self-worth, self-love, peace, relaxation, and create a space for you to actually move forward.
Yeah.
Well, that was good. And I'm not gonna tap that. What I am gonna say is you have to have some work put behind it, but the energy that you're feeling allows you to put the right type of work in, right? So we could read it and say it and see it all day, but if you lay in bed, there's no way that it's going to happen, right? And so when Jesse's talking about the way you're feeling and when you're feeling it, you're feeling that feeling to get up and take action.
Yep.
And if you can get up and take action, that's everything. So it's kind of like, and we've all done this. And if you've done this, Amy, so have you ever had a completely full day and you've got nothing done? The whole day, you're like, I am so busy today. I did this and I did this. So you were really busy, but you weren't productive. There was no mission that was put ahead. The energy that you were displaying throughout the day wasn't going to get you to your desired outcome. So you got to think about that. You got to really be intentional. And Jesse said this multiple times, and I just said this about what 2020 did. And I'm hoping that what this will do for you guys as you download all the information that you get, that you give yourself the opportunity to be still and to figure out what it is that you truly want and you desire in your life and why you want it. Like Jesse and I wanted and desired success, but when we started to peel back layers, we're like, wait a minute, what do I want that to truly look like? That stillness is truly what's going to allow you to manifest what you're wanting, what you truly desire, and getting it in a way that you'll be excited about it.
I want to, so I see it in here, and Delilah, thank you for writing, it's my nerves. And I'm going to say to you is when you feel the nerves, breathe, right? Breathe to the bottom of the belly, fill the lungs behind you, to the sides of you, to the depths of you. Your fastest act of transformation is going to be the breath when you can't actually make a movement. Here's another thing that you can learn, and this is actually a trauma recovery, but nerves could be like a little baby minuscule T trauma, right? All the way down to real trauma. But bilateral movement helps get whatever the anxiety, the nervousness, the fear from the back of the brain, the feeling part of the limbic system, all the way through to the frontal lobe and release. And so if you're, let's say I'm on my hands are under the table, but I'm just going left, right, left, right. A bilateral movement means right, left, right, left. And it could be tap the knee. You're tapping your toes. take some breaths and add a little bit of tapping and see if you can help, because it is a chemical thing. Whatever that little plug is that makes you feel like, oh, get through. And it's practice. And then you get back to the action of whatever you're doing. But there's ways that you physically can transform the energy inside of the body so that you can continue to bring a really whole version of yourself to whatever you're working on.
I want to do something really quick. Can we just do 3 deep breaths? I know somebody on here is like, what? So for real, I want to do this, and I'm going to tell you why. And I would do this with a lot of the different calls that I did, because most people will never take 3 deep breaths in their entire day. Never. So I want to do it. I want to do it really quick, Jesse. Let's do it. Do it together. So I'm going to let you go ahead and lead the breath in and breath out, and then we'll keep going, guys. So sorry, I need it. It feels so good.
And it was free. It was free.
Okay, Carissa,
So,
go ahead.
which
Sorry.
is going to lead us to, we just got a few more minutes for the last question.
Yeah.
What does your health have? What role does your health play in all of this? Because we can talk all the manifestation and mindset we want, but people leave out one of the most important things is your health and wellness along that journey. And I just want to bring that little tidbit into this. How does it play a role?
I think it's vital. I think it's an absolute essential piece of the foundation. And it's not, you say like, well, gosh, I know a lot of very unhealthy people that make a lot of money. Okay. I get it. And you can look out into the world, but what I want to challenge you to think about is, but how does it feel to be there? How hard do they have to work? How many things do they have to lean upon? Drugs, alcohol, caffeine, smoking, all these extra things, right? To do their job. And also I want you to ask yourself, what is real success? I know a lot of people, and I could tell you a lot of stories of people that have made a lot of money and sacrificed their relationships, their health, any fun experience. They worked themselves to very, very wealthy, but for what end and what purpose, and where was the joy in the journey? And so part of defining success is how do I want to feel along the way, and where does my fuel come from? Being well is much more than eating right and not being overweight, right? Like that, to me, that's like not a wellness thing. Wellness is taking care of myself mentally. Mental health is a huge piece of that. Learning the things like Hadiatu just introduced, which is just breathing. It's free, it's easy, it can happen at any moment. Giving yourself access to immunity. I mean, what we've learned in it now, I love how when it becomes a science, they do an experiment and then they study and then it becomes science that people go, oh, now it's real. It's like, well, this has always been real and you always knew it intuitively. But for example, like in this COVID world, the number 2 cause of death in COVID was fear and anxiety. People that held fear and anxiety. It wasn't something biological. And so when you start to really understand that everything that you are is your wellness, right? Your well-being, it's on all levels and all layers. And that's a huge fuel to make it happen, stay consistent, dream big. I mean, I remember when I was in my autoimmune, and I think Hadi and I have talked about this extensively. I'm going to tell you. So at the time, no thyroid function, which means no digestion, not really great quality sleep, no energy. Meanwhile, I'm working like all day, all night, and all over the world. All day. You would have never known, right? Because I was always going to stay up in that high zone. However, I had no energy, and I had the white blood cell count of an AIDS patient when I found out. I mean, so no immunity, like nothing. I mean, it was crazy how bad because I just thought I could outthink it. What you don't realize is it's going to catch up to you and it's going to pull you out of the game. And so for me, it was a tremendous gift. I'm completely healed. I did it all naturally. And I don't feel that anymore. But I'm going to tell you, when you're a 0 out of a 10 energy, and like Hadi said, you got a full day, it is emotionally taxing to keep up with that to-do list when you don't have the kind of energy. So I think it's vital. I think it's the most important thing to understand and build a relationship with in all of life. It's the most important success you will ever have is learning how to be and stay well.
For sure. They say that people will, you know, spend all their time so that they could go be successful and get money and be wealthy. And then they get there and then they spend all their money on trying to get their health back. And I remember hearing that before. And this was prior to me finding out about the autoimmune disease. I was like, that won't be me, you know, because I played sports. I donated my kidney to my brother. Like, I was the healthiest person that I knew. I had a six pack. You could tell me anything. And I went from that to literally, like Jesse, like the energy level was non-existent. I mean, it was to the point it was scary. Like, there's got to be something wrong with, but I had no energy, but my heart rate was through the roof. So it was like my heart was running a marathon, but my body was going to sleep. Like, I'm tired. I can't do this all day. And so what does health have to do with it? Everything. And your wealth or health journey will be different based upon who you are, right? And stillness can get you there much quicker than working out. I mean, like, I know you need to move, but you need to sit down and listen to your body and see what's going on first. So then you know how to move and pushing yourself to the limit. And it's so hard to even say this because I feel like the biggest hypocrite. Like, I look at my Facebook, you know how Facebook has memories that pop up? I have Facebook memories when I was building two businesses at the same time. I was traveling over to Europe and it was like 3:30 in the morning. And I was like, you know, no sleep. And like, you know, if you're sleeping, you're not trying to build your dream. Like, I had that built into my head. And even when I got into the industry of network marketing, I felt that same thing too. I felt like the only way that I could win is if I didn't sleep and I was so focused on my goals all day, every day. And that is completely opposite about how I feel about life now. Do I still work really hard? Yes, for sure. But I've also learned to schedule in time for me. I've also learned to be okay not getting something done. And that was hard for me. Like, I was just that girl that was like, I got to get everything done. I have to be superwoman to everybody. I remember telling people when I even started in my network marketing journey years ago, I used to say, anytime you call me, I'll be here. I'll answer at any time. 2 or 3 in the morning, I got it. Like, superhero badge. Like, da, 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 like, I am super leader. But I realized that if I'm there for everybody 24 hours a day, how often am I there for myself? And so these are hard lessons to learn. And, you know, I said we were gifted with our autoimmunes because had Jesse and I not both gone through that same thing, I can't say that we would both be here. And that's just the truth. We would have worn our bodies down completely. Like, it would be nothing left. Like, we did way too much in a small amount of time. Right? And so your wellness is everything for sure.
Well, ladies, thank you. Hadi, we got some special things that we are going to be giving away. Yeah. And then I'm just going to drop, let me see if I can find her Instagram one more time. If y'all did not get that already, go ahead and follow Jessie on Instagram. You can get some more inspiration every single day. Her Instagram is full of it. She's like one of my favorite people to actually go follow. So go ahead and let Jessie let your light shine. Find her on. I was going to say let Jessie let your light.
Super short and super easy to text.
And Jessie, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Hadi. Everyone, we are doing our best to stay on time, but we're a few minutes late. But we didn't want to go into this next segment, which is going to be dope. I can't wait. But we got some little giveaways that we want to go ahead and announce to everyone that is on here today. So let's see, Hadi, who's doing the first one? It is, it's you.
It's me.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So the first giveaway, and we'll have giveaways throughout the day, but the first giveaway is for, who was the first person in the chat? I don't remember. Do you know?
I'm going to go back.
Back to scroll. So the first person that left a
Khadijah.
comment. Oh, that's my cousin.
Mhm.
Aww.
So
Yay. Okay. And so my
early bird
cousin,
always gets the worm. So she got a what she get?
a $30 Amazon gift certificate. Okay.
So
And so that's for being on here first and commenting. So way to go, Cuzzo. You didn't even know that that was going to happen, but it's here for you, girl. So congrats, everybody. Congratulate. You should go, girl. Go, girl. Okay, cool. So now the next giveaway is you, and I'll show everybody what it is.
So she was the first person in the chat, but throughout the day, we want to see you guys in the chat interacting, being alive, but it also keeps you in the moment. And at the end of the day, we're going to go back through, and the most active person in the chat is going to get a surprise spa product package giveaway. So go ahead, share your comments, stay engaged, stay in the fire so that you can soak up everything today and the one that's in there. And don't just chat just for chatting. Like really engage and actually be in the moment so you can go ahead and get a surprise spa package giveaway. So Heidi, back to you.
Cool deal. And then the next person that is going to get something, this is a good one. Okay. So the next person that we're gonna give a giveaway to is for the person at the end of the event for leaving post and a review in our Color Me World community. So the community that you have the free 30-day trial to, the person that leaves, I don't know which one. Oh, we're just going to pick. So if you leave a review in our Color Me World community, you will be put in a pot and we will pick somebody that will actually get a travel giveaway. And so we have a lot of different kinds of travel giveaways. Just know you're going to get something that's pretty dope, valued at $500 to $600. And so that's pretty exciting. And so, yeah, go into the Color Me World community and make sure to leave a review. And you can do that at the end of the event. And give us your honest feedback, what you saw, what you would like next time. We're going to be having these quarterly, but they're also in the community. There will be different rooms in the community where you're going to be able to learn about a lot of the different things that you hear about today. And so today is kind of an overview so that, again, you can download and figure out what's for you. You could start even thinking about manifesting the life you want through these different avenues, right? And so we will make sure to take care of you for that. And Charisma, do your other one and we'll be good.
Yes, most definitely. And just I'll give a shout out to our Let's Manifest event that happens every single month inside the community. So we're actually coming together and we're having this conversation together on a monthly and talking about the things we've been manifesting and then what's been standing in our way and then incorporating everything that you learned today so that you're not doing this journey alone. You're doing it with others that are on the journey too. Sure. So the last giveaway before we get into our really dope next session, you guys saw that we put up our hashtag Color Me World. So we want to go ahead and get the word out to the world that we have this elevated community, this private community. And we're going to do that by asking all of you to share on Instagram and Facebook and using the hashtag Color Me World. The winner is going to get a free lifetime membership to Color Me World forever, unlocked. Whatever we bring in there, you're going to have access to it. You are going to be our biggest cheerleader, and that's what we want. Because cheerleaders aren't just promoting what we're doing, but you're a change agent too, and you want to go out there and change the world, and you can do that by sharing what we're doing with others, so we can go ahead and reach as many other people and change their lives along the journey. So
giveaways, and we'll put them in the chat so you guys can remember like what the giveaways are. But yeah, let's go into our next section, our next segment, right? So that everybody can see and learn about this young man that's about to come up here.
Yeah. So Heidi, I'm going to go ahead and take you off screen.
Bye guys. I'll see you later. I'll see you guys.
All right. Without further ado, this is my brother from another mother. So you ever have those golden gems that come in your life? You're not really sure why they came or even how they got there. But this is a gem, and he is an artist. He is an entrepreneur. He is an investor. And I have personally been able to be on his elevation journey with him and watching him grow and evolve into this amazing being that is actually out here touching lives. And this is the individual that when I just can't quite get the words right, when I'm wanting to be vulnerable and share my softer side of me so that I can get my message through. This is the person that I usually pick up the phone and call. And so you're going to be able to experience his artisticness today through some very beautiful spoken word pieces that he is going to share with us today. So, Andre, without further ado, I appreciate you for coming on here, and I'm looking forward to watching you rock it. So, I'm going to step off so you can do your thing.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. Thank you, Kay, for those kind words. Thank you for bringing me on. So yeah, I'm gonna share some language with you guys today. There's a piece that I wrote called Rhythm. It came into my life through, I'll probably be the third one to bring this up, through watching The Secret, and also my practice in Buddhism, learning that rhythm isn't just about music and dancing, it's about life and being present in life and being able to be in rhythm with everything that we're doing, just like we're all in rhythm right now with this wonderful summit that Charisma and Hadiatu put together. So I'm going to share this. Okay. Rhythm. The beating in the middle of your chest is rhythm. The waves flowing in and going out, supported by the wind is rhythm. The physical connection between two lovers expressing themselves is rhythm. Being like that feather and floating in wind with nothing but hope that it will float you in the right direction is rhythm. As I sit back and come to this realization in this nation, while everyone is waiting for the world to change, if you don't start from inside your range, then everything will remain the same. So you got to do more than just maintain. You have to utilize these two powerful instruments that has been given to us, the heart and the brain. The music that travels through sound waves entering through our ears, causing us to bob our heads and move our bodies at the same time. The rhythmic movement when we walk left to right, right to left, and so on and so forth. Moving forward with your chin up, wreaking confidence is rhythm. So that is the rhythm piece. Kay asked me to kind of do this other piece that we just discussed it through text, and I can't not do it. I wasn't really prepared for it, but it's probably one of my best pieces. And I also did a spoken word video on it. It's geared towards women's empowerment. And yeah, the video is preparing to come out to the world soon. It came together very, very well, as I humbly say, but I look forward to everybody checking that out. All right, so we'll do this. Queen, you come in every shape, every color, every heaven, and every kind of storm. There's no comparable composition in my explanation of your forte. Now it's time for the recognition of something more powerful than that beautiful backside. Those thighs, those breasts, those lips, those touching finishes leading down to the halfway mark of those hips and continuing down to those perfectly pedicured toe tips. Now let's pay more attention to that mind, shall we? Your spirit, your greatness, your swag. Queen, you are fierce way beyond the measure of this ignorant world. You are magnanimous, you are exuberant, you are amazing. You are the finishing touches of the representative representing the chance in life. You are a wife, you are a sister, you are a mother, you are a daughter, you are a grandmother. You are the foundation attached to every great situation. And you always seem to figure it out when a situation isn't going so well. You are reasonable, you are emotional, logical, and pragmatic. You are specifically desirable and inspirational in every shape, form, and fashion. You are the extension of my drive and my passion. Queen, there's no comparable composition of my explanation of your forte, which is defined as something that excels. Well, that is you. That is in every single one of you. Thank you.
You have no idea. I am so honored to be able to share this gift that this man has, God's given him to be able to share with the world. So I hope that you guys catch the rhythm today and celebrate the queens all around us. Because it's us queens that also make amazing kings. Mom of a young king myself. So, Andre, again, thank you for blessing us with your time. And if I'm going to go ahead and put it up there one more time, if you guys are not already following him on IG, highly recommend that you do. Mr. Andre Von Gibson. All right.
Thanks for bringing me on. Appreciate it.
Have a good day. All right. So earlier we spoke about making your money make babies. Are y'all ready to learn and have a conversation? Most people call it investing. I really love the concept of making my money make babies. And if you don't get that part, you're about to get it by the end of this segment, because I am about to bring up an amazing, and talented panel. And I'm going to bring them up one by one before I do the introduction so that I can have you guys all on stage. Making sure I have everyone. Let's see. Other individuals backstage, but their names on there do not match what we have on here. So I'm going to go ahead and, Farai, if you are out there, go ahead and join us backstage. And there's a couple of people that are back there, and I'm going to have to remove so that. Give me 1 second. So if you were one of the people that were backstage, do me a favor, and it wasn't your time to come up, do me a favor and just go ahead and join us on the front end versus the back end on the stage, so we can have plenty of room for our speakers when they come on. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the three that are on here. We get our last panelist when she comes on live. We're going to go ahead and introduce her too. But starting up, first round is, I'm going to say, my sister from another mister. So this amazing Jim and I got to spend an entire year together, or maybe a little bit less, but building her community called Generation Wealth, where her and her community she's helping others to seek out breaking the crippling cycle of poverty in marginalized communities, and in turn helping others to build generational wealth. And Jonelle, if you can go ahead and just give us a little shout out so I can just see who you are because we're going to go around and let you guys give your short stories before we get into the questions. And love your hair today, girl. That's so cute. So.
Wow, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much for Charisma for inviting me onto this amazing platform. I love Color Me World, the vision and the mission of this amazing community, and just how you guys seek to bring together all of the things that make our life whole. And money is the answer to all things. We don't need to necessarily have a love for it, but we need it. And I'm very excited to be able to join the other wonderful experts on this panel to speak about investing today.
Thank you. All right. So she came in right in the nick of time. So I guess our shout out got her attention. But this amazing queen that just popped in, this is just part of it. I mean, her accolades were so long that I just had to put it really short, so I wasn't taking up the entire time. But she's a Harvard grad. She's a leader of World Economics Forum. She's been featured not just in Forbes, but in Forbes Africa as well. Featured Essence in many other places. Without further ado, Farai Gundan. And if I did not...
It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year.
I am so excited that we are here, we are alive, and we made it. Really enjoying the summit so far. I was actually watching on YouTube, and so I wasn't on backstage. Just really enjoyed Jesse, but I also enjoyed you, Charisma, and Hadiatu, and I'm like taking notes, ferocious notes. But thank you so much. And to my fellow speakers as well, it is so lovely to meet you. I'm really honored to be in such great company. As Charisma mentioned, I'm actually a young global leader with the World Economic Forum, which is based out of Davos, Switzerland. It's an honor to be part of that cohort because they identify emerging leaders from around the world who potentially can help shape the way we live life. And much like what we're doing here at Color Me World. So I'm really, really honored to be here. I recently graduated from Harvard University as a Mason Fellow, and most recently accepted a role as a chief financial officer for Novostera, which is a um, a modern company. We are going through our IPO with the SEC and Nasdaq, so that's going to be make for some interesting conversations here with the folks that focus in on investing. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion and how I can be of value and service to the Color Me World community.
Yeah. So alongside every great woman is some really dope men that come along with it. Because this forum, this session, I wanted to make sure that you guys saw that investing wasn't just a man thing. It wasn't just a woman thing. We're all doing it. We can all do it. And with that said, my next introduction is going to be for Big Buck, and this guy is a Hampton grad. He's from in business management, and he leads guys dope social investment groups. So these are the groups where you guys get together and y'all really learning how to make your monies make babies together, and then y'all have fun together, and then y'all kick it together because you guys have earned your leisure in a very totally different way. And he's teaching others that through wisely in investing in platforms, how you can actually change lives. So, Big Buck, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? It's great to be here. I'm a part of a social group. And when I say it's amazing, it's amazing. I love waking up and just spending money, counting money, investing money, compounding money, whether I want to take it out, whether I want to put it back in, whether I want to put it in other platforms. So I use my platforms to put the money that I earn on different platforms to put it in other things and invest all over. So we invest in gold, silver, cryptocurrency hedge fund companies, and bots trade for us, traders trade for us. So we don't do none of the trading. We just relax and count. And I'm willing to teach anybody that's willing to learn or that's open or that wants to learn,
Yeah.
it's great.
So I'm loving that we got people that are learning because this conversation, like you guys are going to really have some. For some of us, it's going to be some new terms. For others of us, it's going to be terms that we've are kind of familiar with. And so we got leaders such as Daniel Smith. He is not just an artist, he is also an entrepreneur and he is an investor. And he's currently teaching others how to incorporate cryptocurrency as tools to build a strong investment portfolio. So I'm telling you guys, if you do nothing else, go ahead and turn off any other distractions during this time because I believe that money doesn't change you. Money only magnifies who you were in the first place. Money opens doors for you to do the things that you want to do. I want to change the world. I need money to change the world. And so money is my friend, so much my friend that I actually say ching 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 goes a money tree. And every time it chings, it comes to me. And if you don't go on YouTube and
Yes.
ching ching money tree, it is manifestation. I listen to it constantly because money loves me. And we're about to have a really great conversation. So, Daniel, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you so much. I am excited to be with all of you all. I'm excited also just to learn because I feel like the first thing is to student to life. That's what keeps you sharp. That's what keeps you skillful. That's how you keep learning, just to always be a student. So not only am I excited to be a panelist, I'm excited to be learning from you wonderful panelists as well. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. All right. So we're about to just go ahead and jump right into it. So yeah, this conversation may go left, it may go right, it may go really fast. Like this is this is the world of investing. But I'm gonna start it off really simple. Hey guys, what is it? What is investing? And how does it work? And why should someone start investing?
Do we put a hand up or how do you do it?
Y'all just go ahead and take the floor. Whoever's
Oh,
feeling it.
okay. Well, I think if you just plan on working a job for the rest of your life and you don't plan on investing, it doesn't have to be a lot. It could be a little bit. But if you don't invest early and often, you'll be behind the curve. And that's what I think investing is for me. I learned how to invest into a lot of different things, but
Hmm.
we have at least 13 platforms that we can wake up and say, do we want to pull out or do we want to, keep going?
Yeah.
So when you say 13 platforms, is that like 13 different ways that you're making money? 13,
Yes, different
13
ways, different
ways?
ways. Yes.
So
That
for
other
me,
people is making money for us.
So for me, investing, and I'd like to add on to my fellow speaker, investing is essentially sacrificing the now for a more profitable future, for a better future, making strategic choices in the now and deciding to forego. So it's really the opportunity cost, right? So you think about the opportunity cost of doing one thing versus another thing, saying, do I spend this dollar now? Or do I park this dollar in the 13 platforms my fellow speaker mentioned earlier so that I can get a higher return? And I think this topic, we come from communities and families that we're not taught this, right? I have an MBA from Florida A&M. I learned investing when I went for my MBA. I got additional insight when I went to Harvard University, and now as a CFO of a publicly trading company, and really understanding how the stock exchanges work, namely the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ work, and really going through an IPO process. And an IPO is just one of the many exit strategies that founders and investors use to realize full profit from the initial investments, right? So really, it's really understanding at a very basic level that is an opportunity cost of doing one activity versus another activity, and then deciding what will yield the outcome that you're looking for.
I think at the at the very core, investing. Just to add to what Farai's saying is keeping your focus on what's ahead and focusing like this is what I want in the future and making that sacrifice now. And so for every single person who's on here right now, believe it or not, you're making an investment. So you could
Absolutely.
be doing anything on this beautiful Saturday afternoon, but you're making investment in yourself, in educating yourself so that you can then apply what you're learning today in order to gain more in the future later. So really it's just having that focus, like what do I want later and what do I have to invest or commit now, so then that way I can have that.
Yes, I honestly feel the same way that everybody else does. It is my money making money for me, and like the panelists just said before me, investing is more than just money. It is your time. It is your energy. It's your thoughts, what you put your thoughts into. Because at the end of the day, when you talk about a return on an investment, that can be if you've been thinking negatively all day, then you get a return on that investment of having a bad day. Versus if you are constantly thinking positive thoughts, then you get a return on that investment of having a positive day. So it goes beyond money. And once you realize that, like, it's not about having a lot of money, it's just about dollar cost averaging your way into a lot of the stuff so that way you can obtain a lot of the goals that you want in your life.
Yeah, so there's a lot of myths that go around and or excuses or reasons that people say that they can't get involved in investing. And one of them is it requires too much money. I don't have a lot of money. And then two, it's risky. I heard so and so put their money in so and so and then they lost it. So it's not having money. And then I say fear because they're the fear of risk. So if we can talk about those myths and how can we overcome them?
I'd like to speak first on that. I thinking about my own experience. Like I'm Caribbean. My mom is from Trinidad. My father is Jamaican, and I grew up with my mom and my grandma, who's from Barbados. So I'm very Caribbean, and there are certain things that my grandma, I saw her especially do quite well. She was very good at saving. But she didn't know anything about the stock market. She didn't know about real estate investing. And she didn't know about insurance, like life insurance. In fact, I heard she said so many negative things about life insurance. She hated it. She didn't want it. And I early on started to adopt some of those beliefs just because it's what I heard, right? And so fears and ideas about money, I had to undo those things. Lucky for me, I picked up a book, Rich Dad Poor Dad, when I was about 18 years old, and I read it, and it changed my thinking about money forever. My grandma actually used to wear a shirt to work that said, I owe, off to work I go.
Mm.
And so I think, we have to think about what have we heard about money? What have we seen modeled for us about money? And what kind of behaviors have we adopted? Because if we want to kind of change our course, we have to look at the blueprint and look at what we've learned and what has kind of shaped that. And then you have to go through the process of undoing it. Kind of like, saying that ching, ching, ching goes the money tree. You might not believe it yet in your heart, but you keep saying it and you keep thinking it. Guess what? It's going to start changing the way that you believe, right? Because your thoughts plus your actions is what changes your beliefs. And, when it comes to investing, the biggest mistake that you can make is not starting today.
Correct.
Yesterday, I was on a panel talking about traveling the world debt free. And while I was doing this session and talking about how to invest and how to save, a young lady opened up her brokerage account during the session. That right there was such a big win because she was like, you know what, forget about this. I'm tired about listening and I'm tired of reading and hearing about it. I'm going to take action right now. And so I
Yeah.
want to encourage anybody who is listening right now, listening, and it's something that just clicks in your spirit. Take action. You are listening and learning from, I'm honored to be on a panel with such amazing individuals, but really it's about learning and doing.
Yeah.
Don't taking information. You learn and you do, but do not waste another day saying, oh, I'll get to it. Oh, I'll get to do it, because compound interest, that is literally the eighth wonder of the world. And it can
Speak it again. Yes.
work against you. So which one is it going to be for you today?
I actually completely agree with her. And for me, it's an annual habit of mine to read Rich Dad Poor Dad. I also read, and I actually have it on the Think and Grow Rich as well, because there's some aspects of the books that I may have missed, or some strategy or some advice that would be quite pertinent to what I'm dealing with. So I'd highly recommend, as a first start, and as my fellow panelists mentioned, definitely take action. And if the action is going to order the book on Amazon, get started, empower yourself with the knowledge. It as daunting as it is, and as fearsome as it appears, it really, at the end of the day, is a very it's not as bad as it is. I think for me, when I was brought onto the role of CFO, I had an understanding of investing from a very different angle than my fellow panelists, in that now I understood what it meant to take a company private to public and offer it to the investing public, like all of you guys. And I mean, we don't participate. Very few Black women CFOs of a publicly traded company. So I'm one of very few people, but really understanding the rigors that are required by the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is the governing body that determines all these companies that are publicly traded, that I think my panelists will speak even more deeply. But I just really want to focus just uniquely on the side of how a company actually now becomes public. And there is a lot that goes into that. So for me, as a CFO, had to really understand the reporting and compliance regime of the SEC. So understanding what is required, what needs to be in place, how do we become compliant, because we are taking public money. And so, like my fellow panelists said, spent a lot of days and nights reading and understanding how we get ourselves compliant from a financial reporting perspective. And where I didn't understand or had no knowledge, it was simply reaching out to people who are more knowledgeable than me and saying, listen, it may be a dumb question to you, but I need to know. And it's through that learning process and failing as well that I'm here and able to say, we went through, SEC last year, it was back and forth with the SEC, went through 8 amendments, which is a considerable amount of money. And then December, we were approved. And now NASDAQ has approved us. And so we'll be trading on the NASDAQ early February rather. And so it's confronting. I think Jesse said it best. It's really confronting those feelings of being fearful. What are you fearing about investing? Is it like my fellow panelists mentioned, where you grew up with flawed information? And our parents, they did their best with what they knew. I'm African, so I can relate to her Caribbean background. Had no knowledge of investing, had to learn and understand and appreciate the power of compound interest. So that's what I'd like to share on with this particular question.
For me, I would have to say that I put a lot of time and effort into people, and I try to build people up. And when I got out of negative circles that, oh, don't do that, don't invest in that. Yeah, they were making a lot of money, but it was no money coming back in. So when that money disappeared, or they spend it all, it's gone. It's no compounding. It's nothing. So I had to change the people and the information I was bringing in to my soul and the people around me. So since I did that, I changed a lot of people's lives. When I say a lot of people, as small as $200 rolled over to 2,400, and now they're like, oh well, if I put more in, one person turned 200 into $150,000 on one of the platforms, and it's like, whoa, now they're teaching other people. So I feel like I'm really helping folks, and that's what gives me joy.
Yes, to agree with a lot of what everyone has already said, I think when it comes down to the fear of investing, it's getting out of your own way and realizing that it's okay to go ask someone. That's why I love telling people first that I'm an artist. Like, my focus has always been music. I grew up singing music. I've been singing all of my life. So coming in and learning about finances and coming in and learning about how to invest and coming in to learn about crypto, I wanted to make sure that I can learn about it that was easy for me, because like I said, like, I grew up reading music. I grew up trying to look at numbers or anything like that. Like, I didn't like school. I didn't like math. So learning, okay, if I put like $10 away, if I just make a sacrifice and just put $10 away, $20 away, and to begin to slowly build an investment portfolio, that could be another way to generate income. But that came from asking the right people and asking those questions and not being afraid to like get out of my own way to see like, what do I need to do to get here? I think another thing when it comes down to investing is realizing that it's not going to be a get rich quick kind of thing. Like, you really have to do some research. You have to go talk to somebody who's knowledgeable to say, okay, this is the plan. We're doing this for 3 years. We're doing this for 5 years, but don't come into it thinking, okay, I'm going to put $10 in here today, and then in a week it's going to be $1,000. Like, no, let's just map out a plan. So I think that's another thing too. When it comes down to it, like, if you planned it out, then there's not going to be any fear of what you are investing in.
Yes.
And I think just speaking to the other part of the question around risk, the risk associated with investing, there's risk associated with everything, right? Like, we get up, we leave our house, there's a risk, God forbid, something could happen. Like, there's risk associated with everything. But when we think about investing, there's calculated risk. And when you look at something like the stock market, we have years and years of data that put us in a place where we're able to say, okay, if you are not ready to take huge risks, then you can invest your money in an index fund that tracks the S&P 500. And because the stock market has been around for over 100 years, and it shows that there is an average return about 7 to 10%, just let your money grow there. And if you're patient, you'll start to see that money grow. The more, the higher potential return for an investment, the higher the risk. And so if you're looking to invest in, some of these other assets that are riskier, then you need to do more research, and you need to surround yourself with more people like Big Buck and Daniel and Farai, Charisma, myself, so that these are, individuals who are able to give you the type of advice that will help you make that decision if you're looking to invest in some of these higher risk items. Because the higher the risk, the higher the potential return, right? But just know there's also a chance that you could lose money as well.
Man, Jonelle, you could not have made the most perfect segue into the next one. So, as Jonelle said, stock market's been around for hundreds of years. Everyone knows about it. So, and if they don't, they know someone that knows about it. But then all of a sudden, these words called these ways of investing called forex, cryptocurrencies, NFTs. Oh my! People are scrambling. They're going crazy because these are newer kids on the market. Forex isn't that new compared to cryptocurrencies and NFTs. So I want us to go around and what are they? Are they safe? Where do I begin? Like, let's have this conversation because there's less than 1% of the world that even understands what cryptocurrencies and NFTs and Forex is. And so there's also this change of times happening. People don't understand is that in 2020, last year, people of color took the majority. It is by no accident that we're also having cryptocurrency and NFTs and an exchange of wealth happening. So I think the more that we can get educated, the masses are going to start to catch on to what's happening here because people's legacies are about to change. So let's talk about NFTs, Forex, and cryptocurrencies.
So I will start off with Forex. I can talk about, well, I like all of them, honestly. Forex, crypto, and NFTs. Like, I'm over here smiling like a kid in a candy store right now. They really just make me smile. They really do.
Right.
It does, earlier, she was saying, about risk to reward. And so I feel like when it comes down to the forex market, it really is understanding your risk to reward. You have to understand what are you risking in this particular trade that you're going after. So you really have to just surround yourself with knowledgeable people about like what's going on in the market, or if you need to get into that trade, or if you need to pull out. But when it comes down to crypto, I feel like why so many people are afraid of it is because it's new. It is the new kid on the block, like you said, and it is coming to disrupt money and fiat currency as we know it. Because to put it simply, it is a currency for the people, by the people, and it is really to help build the connection of people, person to person versus person, bank, other entity, then it gets to the person. It's eliminating a lot of that. And then when it comes down to spaces such as the NFTs, that is definitely something that is really new, but it's all within the crypto space. When I talk about NFTs, I always explain it from the artist point of view. So, say for example, I am an artist and I have an album coming out. Typically, what will happen is that I would have to be either signed with a label so I could have like some distribution sales, or I would have to be a really big time artist on like YouTube or something, so that way I can try to have like some kind of numbers coming in, right? But now with this NFT space, what I can do is have my album on an NFT, which stands for non-fungible token. So ultimately, what that means is that nobody can copy this, nobody can duplicate it. It's like having a personal signed copy of my album by me. And you know that it is authenticated because now it is on the blockchain. So that means it is digitally recorded for you. And so you know that you have a part of me. What I can also do with this NFT is code it so that way you all buy my NFTs, right? I can say, you know what? I love my fans. I love you all so much for supporting me. Every time that you go out and you sell this NFT, like a portion of your copy of this, I will give you 10% of that. And that's how people are making money off of this, because I can set up my NFTs to do a number of things. I can set it up to where a portion of my sales would go to a scholarship fund, or a portion of my sales is going to any other ventures that I have going on right now. But that's just pretty much a little glimpse into the NFT space and how it is helping to build a closer relationship between the artists and their fans with the NFTs.
And
So
I do appreciate that deep dive on the NFTs. I do have a business partner in South Africa who's actually launching his album in March and is going to be NFT. So I'm really happy to hear that this is an avenue for artists to really take control of, to have more creative control, but also to be able to capture a lot of the money, the returns from their work, right? Because I think the way it's been set up has not been beneficial to them. But to the point of risk and reward, I think also to, as we enter into crypto and NFTs and these non-fiat forms of investing, I do want to, remind folks that you have to know what your risk tolerance is, one. and then to understand where you are financially. And I'm sure, the panelists will speak to this, ensuring that as you're investing, if I don't have any children, I'm not married yet. So there's a little bit of more wiggle room for me to try different things. So, investing in crypto, exploring NFTs. But if you're a family person, I think then you need to make sure that you're structured in such a way that you don't compromise your family. So I just wanted to mention that you have to really know your risk tolerance, and then also know and understand where you are financially, so you can actually participate. But again, the returns from these non-fiat investment can be quite extraordinary.
Yeah, and I think what we're doing here is really important. Like, I have a rule, like, I don't invest in what I don't understand. And so, Daniel, I appreciate that breakdown of NFTs because I've been, reading up on it, but I don't
Right.
fully understand it enough to be able to say, okay, I'm going to park my money here. So, I do have some investments in crypto, because cryptocurrency, different crypto assets, because I've, done some research. I'm like, okay, this makes sense. However, it's not, a large sum of money yet, because again, crypto doesn't have as much time in the market, and so there really aren't any enough data to say, okay, this is what's going to happen based on 100-year projection or 50-year projection. And so for everyone who's listening, I say, invest in what you understand. And if you really feel like you want to invest more in NFTs, forex, crypto, these newer assets, make sure that you do that research so that you feel confident about the decisions that you're making.
Yeah, and
Yes.
connecting to people like Danny as well. I mean, I think
Yeah.
that's a first start, is where you connect with experts, and especially experts that look like us, because they understand our sensibilities. They also understand our aspirations. They understand our backgrounds, our cultural nuances, and so can then better inform you. So I think it's very key to connect with the various panelists here based upon their expertise.
Yeah, for me, I would say investing in the forex market. My daughter was doing it by herself, and she's like, "Dad, look, dude, the market's going up, it's going down. Oh, I got to get out, I got to get in, put it in here." And then she was on a couple of different platforms that she was doing it herself. And then I got around my social group, and they said, "No, we don't have to do it like that. Let the bots trade for you. We vetted this company. Let's let this company go to work." And we put a little bit in. That was our risk tolerant at the time, and it proved to be profitable and profitable and profitable and profitable. And then we take out the money there, put it into something else. But we're not using our money now. Now we're using the money that our money made, and continue to stay on this platform and in that one, and move on and on. So we have people that vet it. So that's what I like about ours.
Yes. Get yourself surrounded, not just do your research, but surround yourself with people that also have the knowledge. They've had the experience doing it. And most importantly, as for I said, those that look like you. I mean, I'm going to say we think differently. So, and we have different objectives. So, getting around others that have that same mindset and have that understanding, um, make sure that we're surrounded. Get in here in Colony World. Get in here around your people that are elevated and looking to move forward. So we're going to talk about this. So if someone's just starting, how long should they look to invest? Is it good for them to think short term, long term? Um, and let's talk about the difference. And then what's the best ways for people to get started, or what avenues, like if they're getting started for the first time, because we don't want someone that only has, 5K or 10K as their entire net worth to be dropping that and then seeing that it's gone away. So if we can talk about that, guys.
I'm going to just quickly get this conversation started. Then I want my experts in the building in the room rather, to go in deeper. I my cousins in my younger cousins, I often ask the question, have you ever used Cash App to pay someone? And they're like, yeah, we have Cash App, and I'm like, well, start there, so that $5 you have, that $10 or whatever you have, start there, because now you can do fractional investing. You don't have to buy, like Berkshire Hathaway stocks, which are like $100,000, or I think that's share A, and then share B is like $300,000. You don't have to start there, or even Apple or Tesla. The real big brands that are quite expensive. So you could start off with fractional and just really get into the mindset and get your mental juices going in what investing means, and looking at, for instance, I say get a fractional share in Apple. Apple is a really good product to invest in. And then also, as you are investing, I encourage them to think about what are the brands that you use, whether you go to McDonald's or whether you I have all Apple brands. My phone is an Apple, my laptop is an Apple, my iPad. So what products, or even you think about Nike, the shoes that you wear, and then go from there, invest in those companies, because you are also investing in them as you're purchasing, as you are using their products. So you could potentially then do a fractional. So I start off from there, and then I would like for my fellow panelists to then maybe kind of build off from there. It doesn't have to be, a crazy amount. I do want to demystify that and say it really could start off with whatever is in your cash balance, and just really start from there, or even a Robinhood account. We now have platforms that allow you to get into fractional investing. I gift my nieces and nephews with fractional shares as part of their birthday gifts or Christmas gifts.
I'd like to add to what Farai just said. I wholeheartedly agree. You do not need a whole lot of money to start investing, and so you can start investing now. I work often a lot with kids of all ages in helping them understand how to invest. So I break down the mystery of investing to 8-year-olds. And we start with exactly what Farai said. What are the things that you use, or what are the foods that you eat? What do you like to drink? What toys do you like to play with? What games are you playing? And they come up with their list of all the things that they love, and then I say, okay, for an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old, let's look at this list of the companies that are on the S&P 500. Any of these companies, or things on your list match this list, they're like, oh yeah, I see Apple on this list, oh I see Nike on this list. And then say, all right, is that a company that you want to invest in? And when we look at some simple numbers, and they go ahead and they buy a fractional share on Stockpile or Stash, and that's how they get started. That's how I get an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old to start investing. And then they run with it from there. So I thought I would share that for, if it seems like, oh my gosh, this is too much, that's one of the strategies that I use to work with with kids. And how long should you invest for? Forever. Forever. Like, I don't think you should ever stop investing. You should, one of a very important part of building generational wealth is making sure that you have a plan after your time here expires. So you get to say how the money that you've built and saved and grown, how it is managed once you're gone. So, teaching your posterity, your kids, how to manage the money is very important. That's an investment to make sure that when you're not here anymore, they're good stewards over what you built. But I think that in terms of investing forever, you need to have a plan of, how do you do that? Don't touch the egg, right? If you have $100,000 invested in Apple, then live off of 4%, live off of the fat on the top. And that's the principle, and it keeps growing, and your dividends keep growing. So investing is it becomes like breathing. It's like a way of life. Is just you just, it becomes a habit, and you it's not just something that you do, but it's a part of what makes your life fuller and gives you the ability to do the things that you want to do now, and also what you're planning for in the future.
I would say start small. Whatever you can afford to lose, start small. Don't put your whole let's say your rent or your mortgage in, and you don't know what cryptocurrency or what hedge fund or what the bots are going to do. You start small and you invest little by little. And if it's a compounding interest platform, then you watch it for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months. And if it's growing, then okay, now I can afford to put a little more in this platform, but never put all your eggs in one basket. Never, never, never. But I mean, you could start with $50 on some of these platforms, $100, but there are scammers out there that, oh, put $100 here, you can make 80,000 in one day, and they're scammers. So you really got to do your homework on it. But you can start small, brick by brick. That's how you build a house, small. That's what I
Start
would say.
small, grow big. Start small, grow big. So
With
no, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think for me, when it comes down to crypto, there is a lot. Just to be honest with you, and that's just because, to be really honest, crypto is so new. It really is new, but you're not late to the game. So that's like one thing I always try to tell people: like, you're not late. But for security, you want to make sure that you own your cryptocurrency and not that. Because like if you get it off of Robinhood, then you technically do not own your cryptocurrency, because Robinhood does not own a platform to support cryptocurrency. So if you're just investing in other stocks, then yes, use Robinhood. It is a wonderful platform, but do not get your cryptocurrency off of there. Some other places I would start when it comes down to cryptocurrency is, one, getting a Proton email address. That's going to be like one of the most secure email addresses you can have. All my exchanges are on my Proton email, and also my banks have been switched to my Proton email address as well. And another thing you want to do is make sure that you have a wallet. I use Exodus Wallet. This is not me saying that I'm affiliated with them, but that's just one that I use. That's going to give you now your private key. And when it comes down to cryptocurrency, if you do not have your private key, you do not own the cryptocurrency at all. The most secure location that you want to have your cryptocurrency is going to be on a ledger. And so you want to go directly to the website like ledger.com.
Yes.
And the only reason why is because you can get it like from a Target or from a Walmart, but they're not familiar with what it is. So somebody can come in and buy it and then put an encrypted code on there and then start stealing your cryptocurrency when they return it. So you want to make sure that ultimately that you go to ledger.com and get your code wallet. That's what it's called. And that's where you will store your cryptocurrency. And that just gives you a little bit more security. But like everyone else has said already, dollar cost average your way into it. Like, start off with $10, put the Chipotle down and say, you know what, I'm going to get $10 of Bitcoin today. Or, don't go out to eat at TGI Fridays, get some VeChain or some Ethereum, different things like that. But just know that you don't have to put the whole amount right away. And one more website that I do want to give you all, especially when it comes down to cryptocurrency, is coingecko.com. Because ultimately you want to do your research. You have to know that cryptocurrency is here to disrupt what we understand as a lot of fiat currency. And so when you realize like why Bitcoin was created, it wasn't the first cryptocurrency that was out there. It's just the one that got its footing. So a lot of times when it comes down to cryptocurrency, it is here to replace something that we already have in place right now, but it's just to help make it better and to make it a more enjoyable experience for person to person. So always do your research about what the project is, what is it helping out, what did they hope to achieve by having this cryptocurrency in place? Because you might see like a lot of the hype coins, I'm not going to name any on this platform, but you might see a hype coin and then you're dumping all your money into it only to lose it because you are buying the greed at that point.
Boom. All right. So we're about to wrap this up.
I actually have a question for Daniel. May I, Madam Moderator, can I ask Daniel a question?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm very interested. And thank you so much, Daniel, for the information that you've shared, the Proton email. I think you mentioned Exodus Wallet, and then you mentioned ledger.com, which is a code to your wallet.
Yes,
and
so
then,
that is a code wallet, meaning that it's off the internet, and that's
yes,
like the safest place for you to store your cryptocurrency. Yes.
All right, and then lastly, for research purposes, you mentioned CoinGecko.com, yes, for us to. So I just literally summarized that. So thank you so much. But my question to you specifically is, clearly you are evangelizing crypto, non-fiat currencies, and really kudos to you, especially as a person of color. And then in thinking about the diaspora, particularly nations, emerging nations, how do you see the role of crypto playing for those? Because Color Me World, obviously, world, it's global, and so you will have participants from other parts of the world. I'm wondering what you think the role of crypto and these other non fiat currencies will play in those particular economies.
Ooh, I feel like I keep coming back to this, but it really is a deeper peer-to-peer relationship. A lot of times, even in dealing with like an organization, you have to go through so many different other steps. Like you have to probably like go through a bank, or you might have to go through different avenues in order to do business with a different organization, and a lot of paperwork can get lost.
Yeah.
But with the currency, what is happening now is that you have something, a record stored on a ledger, on the digital ledger now, where everything is built in this contract that says, okay, this person used this Bitcoin to purchase this car on this day. So not only does it serve as a receipt for you, but it also now serves as a title for you, because it shows who you are, what wallet it came from. So what I feel that is doing is that it's disrupting a lot of things.
Borders, including borders, these artificial borders that we have between nation to nation.
Yes,
that's so
especially
interesting.
because like with so not to go too deep into it, but as people, I'm not sure if people know or not, but when the United States came off of the gold standard, that was because people put their trust in the U.S. dollar. And not just Americans, but a lot of the world put their trust in the U.S. dollar.
Well, the U.S. currency is a reserve currency. So yes, you're absolutely correct.
And so I feel like what that did is it gave the United States power. But however, with cryptocurrency, what it's doing is giving us now the power. So that way you can build your own economy, and you become your own ecosystem. Because to be honest, as an investor, there's nothing that the bank is doing that you can't do yourself to grow your money. Because you know, like you putting your money there, hoping that you grow the savings and things like that. But you know, from all the avenues that we have as panelists, we know that you can put your money other places to grow it. And so what cryptocurrency, it is doing the exact same thing. It is hoping to give you back that power to be your own economy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate it.
And I don't know about y'all, but I can have this conversation all day. But there are a couple of rooms that are inside of Color Me World. There's one on with cryptocurrencies and talking about these newer type of currencies that are out there. There is a whole room on financial empowerment, actually run by Jonelle. So there's these rooms that are coming inside of the room. They are evolving. So we're going to continue this conversation. So we encourage you to show up to these events, participate in the challenges that these rooms are putting out there, because we have a mission collectively as a team here to go and elevate us, and so that we don't have to have our next generation say that this wasn't taught to me in the household. These needs to be everyday conversations. My son and I talk about investments on a daily when we're heading to school. He's talking about his Nike stock. He's talking about his cryptocurrency. He's having a different conversation. And Jonelle is laughing because she knows, because he's been inside of her classes. This guy, he's 17 years old now. He's 16. He'll be 17 on Saturday. But he has these conversations with his friends. So it's spreading. So now they're in the car with me. They're like, oh, Sinqua says that, I should be learning about XYZ. So this is where it starts. It's going to start with us, and we are over time, but I do want to just go around, and I want each one of you to just do me a favor and leave a golden nugget. If there's one thing that you can tell the audience today that will leave them here with action, if you can share that golden nugget with them.
For me, ownership is our mandate. We have absolutely no reason in 2022 not to own any form of assets. It is our mandate. It is imperative. It is urgent. We have to do it because our ancestors did everything, including laying their lives for us, so we could sit on these platforms. We have Daniel. We have the other panelists that have mentioned, given us the knowledge. There is no reason why any one of us should not have an asset that will outlive us in our names for future generations. Absolutely, it's our mandate. We have to own.
I would say do something today for your financial future that your future self will thank you for. And whether that is opening a brokerage account, whether it is picking up a copy of Rich Dad Poor Dad, or Think and Grow Rich, those are two books that were mentioned today. Um, do something today, right? So you had all of this great information. One thing that you can do today that your for your financial future self will thank you for.
Oh, the one thing I want to leave you all with, I'm actually going to give you all like three different coins, cryptocurrency coins that I feel are very great right now. I'm going to put this out there. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a student of learning, and so this is not
There
financial.
you go.
But I do make sure that, 'cause I know a lot of times people, they say, well, what's the coin to invest in? So three coins right now. If you're watching this at a later date, don't get it. But if you're watching this right now, I would say invest in Cardano, ADA. That's the code that you'll be looking up, ADA. Also look at XLM. That's the code that you'll be looking at, and that's Stellar Luminous. And then another one that is going to be really great to have is B Chain, and that's BET. So those are just three cryptocurrencies that you can get. I'm very personable, so if you hit me up offline, like we can talk more about cryptocurrency and why I like those projects and what they are doing to the crypto space. 'Cause I know it would take some time to really go in depth with those. And one book that I will leave with you all as well, which is one of my favorite books, is Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, by Mark T. Hart. It is a beautiful book, and a lot of what everybody's saying, that they all been saying a lot of what's in that book as well. So investing does go well beyond cryptocurrency as well. Invest in books, invest in knowledge, and your mind will continue to grow.
I would have to say start 15 minutes a day, something in investing, whether it's YouTube watching investments every single day. For the rest of your life, you will get smarter in investing. You'll understand about investing, but you gotta put your mind to giving yourself 15 minutes a day on investing. And before you know it, you're going to start talking about it. You're going to start doing it, and you have to act on it. You can't just watch the videos or read about it and not put it into play. And start today, start now.
Perfect. So, Big Buck, I'm going to start with you because people are asking for y'all's IGs, and I've been sitting here trying to get the next golden nugget that's coming up next, trying to get all that situated. So, um, Big Buck, is there any way that they can connect with you on social media? If not, I will tell them that there is a room inside of Color Me World where you're going to be able to find them. So you'll be able to find everyone here inside of Color Me World because they're all getting passes to come inside to be able to help all of y'all. But Big Buck, is there anywhere else on social media they can find you?
No, I am a passive investor. I like to do everything passive. I want passive income, so I don't do the social media deal.
Gotcha.
But inside of your room, I'll be there.
All right. So up next, Daniel, I do have your information on the screen. So if everyone wants to go ahead and screenshot, this is how to connect with him. You can also connect with him inside of Color Me World, inside the community. If y'all didn't realize it already, there is a way for y'all to chat. There's even a way for you guys to actually find everyone that's in your local city. So you guys will be able to network with people that are local to you by being a part of the community. One of the most greatest things that I ever experienced is I was in Paris. The experience wasn't great. I had lost my luggage, my passport, and whatnot. But because I was a part of the community, I ended up finding a local friend that actually helped me out while I was there. So take advantage of using that chat, getting to know people that are in here for that purpose. So the next, we're going to go ahead and Farai, if you go ahead and just give everyone a wave because they have been hitting me up. I want that info. I want that info.
It's Farai. It's Farai today. So there's an A that's missing on my handle.
I apologize.
No problem.
Yeah. I deeply
But
apologize.
hi everyone. Looking forward to connecting. Happy to chat about your investment journey.
I just FAR.
AI. a ride today. Means rejoice in my language. I speak Shona.
Did I
Which you
get it
spoke.
right?
Yes, you did actually.
Champions adjust. All right, cool. So, and this, and here we go. J Rocks, did I get that right for you?
There's an E between the K. So a rock like my last name, the E is
Okay.
silent. So JROCKESWORLD. Yes, J Rock's
All right.
World.
Just want to make sure. Yes. Make sure we get this right so that everyone can make sure that they actually get in touch. Is that
Yep.
cool? All right. All right. Thank you for dropping, all of you, for dropping all these golden nuggets. We look forward to you guys being inside the community with us and watching everyone as they make their monies make babies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So if y'all want to drop in the chat, was that golden nuggets or what? Go ahead and put golden nuggets, because that's exactly what you guys got in this last panel. But along that journey, there's a lot of people that are investing, but guess what? If you don't got your credit right, your money's still not right. So again, along this journey of elevating yourself, one of the most important things that you have to keep in mind is that you just can't elevate one aspect of your life. You have to elevate the whole, the collective, everything. So without further ado, I am going to bring up a very special guest of ours, and he is going to have this conversation with us. Go ahead, Victor. Go ahead, put your screen on. So Victor is the credit expert and a wealth strategist. He's the CEO of Credit and the president of Freedom to Thrive. This man has an amazing story. I'm sure he's going to share it with you during his presentation today. But Victor, first, I want to make sure that at the bottom of the screen, does it have the opportunity for you to share?
Yes, it does.
Okay, perfect. So then you won't need me to
Absolutely.
pull up that PDF. But
Yep.
if just like that last panel, I think that if you have not done it already, go get a pen and paper, and you're going to
Yeah.
want to take some really great notes here because credit is so important, so important. And I love what Victor, when you and I, when we had our conversation, this isn't a conversation about fixing your credit. This is about restoring and about doing a whole lot more than that. And then just before we go on, I just want to point one thing out. Someone mentioned in the chat that they weren't a person of color, but they were here and they were enjoying the conversation. This is for everyone. This is for everyone. My only requirement is that we got to love and put the love out there for everyone. So everyone is welcome. This information, we're all going to elevate us together. So Victor, I'm so pleased and honored to have you here. Thank you.
Well, I'm actually, I'm thrilled. I'm excited that you thought of me enough to come on and share some of my insight and knowledge on the credit field. So I value you. I've known you for, God, it's over 10 years. It's been a long time, and we've, created a bond in that travel community before, and now, with Color Me World, what you're doing, and it's amazing. I think it's an absolutely, when you say elevate your life, I think it's going to do way more than that for people. And I want people to understand that when it comes to every speaker that spoke, from manifestation to your goals, to the crypto, to the financing, to the investing, everything that you spoke, that you've heard collectively comes together. Without one, there isn't the other. All right. And so I'm excited that you gave me the opportunity to come on and speak with you guys about credit. And, I'll share my story a little bit as I go along, but I've been in the credit game, or I say the credit industry, or the finance world, if you will, for over 15 years. This is nothing new to me. I started off as a real estate agent many, many moons ago. I won't say my age, right? But I was an accountant for a big four accounting firm in the city for about 7 years. Then I got into, credit, and then I got into networking, and then from there I got into consulting. I started my own consulting firm almost 2.5 years ago, and I decided to get back into credit literally just over 2 years ago, because I found a need for what people needed in credit. And I want you to understand one thing when it comes to financial literacy. It is everything, right? They don't teach us enough in school about how to handle, how to work, how to build, how to establish credit. And so for me, when I talk about credit, I actually love it because I think everything starts with credit, right? First off, I want you to give yourself credit, right, for jumping on today, because you could be anywhere in the world. You could be hanging out, watching a game. I know football is on right now, tomorrow, whenever these days, but you decided to take a few hours out of your schedule in the first quarter of a pivotal year for yourself in 2022 to literally absorb the knowledge that you're going to get, that you've already been receiving. I've been on this entire time, by the way, since 2 o'clock, of just absorbing knowledge. So I want you to give yourself the credit because you owe it to yourself. And so when you think about credit, you have to think about, do I believe? And Jesse spoke about this, Hadiata spoke about this, and also Charisma about, you got to believe that you deserve it. You got to believe in it. Manifestation, manifesting your goals. I'm a firm believer that whatever I do, I'm going to achieve it. I am that, right? So when I talk about credit, and I'm going to go over a PowerPoint because I'm an accountant by trade. I'm a financial guy by trade. I love PowerPoints and I love keynotes. I love presentations. And so this is Color Me World. So I'm going to give a little bit more color into this summit, if you guys will. So grab a pen and paper if you want. Take some notes, because I've heard that the weakest ink is still stronger than the strongest memory. So grab some paper, take some notes, and I'm going to go over a little bit about credit, and it maybe about 15 to 20 minutes, and then I'm going to hop off and I'm going to answer some of your questions about that so that we can get some a little bit of engaging. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen real quick, and let me do this real quick. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, give me one moment while I go ahead and share the screen real quick. All right, here we go. Okay, so it's loading right now. Let me know if you can see my screen. Just dial in the chat if you can absolutely see the screen. But it's actually loading right now, so give it about a few seconds or so. But it is loading, and you are more than welcome to take screenshots. This isn't proprietary information. It's information that's out there, but that we put together to help you to grow your knowledge on credit and why it's so important when it comes to investing, when it comes to getting into crypto, all of those things. And so, of course, how to take control of your life. So when you do see my screen, it's loading right now. Just give it about a minute or so. And while it is loading, I'm going to talk about some things that, for me, you need to understand when it comes to credit. When you were in school, when you were in college, when you first attended college, the biggest thing you probably learned was how to go into debt, right? You went into school to get into debt, right? Not really, but you went to school so you can literally get a job. But the reality is that we all fell into debt. We fell into student loan debt, which in reality is, it's the one thing that's unforgivable. I know that the administration right now is actually doing what they can to be able to forgive student loans. And there are several ways to do that, right? But we won't cover that today. When I talk about credit, no one really taught me how to establish my credit. No one taught me how to build my credit, right? I had to learn the hard way. And for me, I'm in my 30s, okay? I learned real quick that I literally had to figure out things for myself. I had to become a student first. My philosophy on life is to become a perpetual student of learning and growing, because if you're not growing, you're dying, right? And if you're dying, I believe that you're taking up space in this world, and no one likes to take up space in this world. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I think it's ready to rock and roll. Let me know if you guys can see. Chris, go ahead and let me know if you can see my screen. It's allowing me to share my slides. So, okay, I think I can share it right here.
Yeah, so down below there's the share button. Hit the plus sign, and then
Mm-hmm.
it should actually share your screen is going to be much simpler than sharing your slides.
Okay,
Does it
got
give
it. I see it here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen real quick.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Okay. So for some reason, um, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna take off this real quick. Okay, let me check this out real quick. Perfect. I think I'm able to share my screen right now. Bear with me one more moment. So if I'm able, let me know if you can see my screen right now, Charisma. Just go ahead and shoot me a quick text if you can see my screen.
No, we can't, but I'm going to go ahead and share the document that you sent to me so that
Okay.
we can, yep. So you guys are going to see a little fuzziness while I get it on here, but you should be able to see my screen now. So let me go ahead and pull it up.
Okay.
Do you see it?
I do. Fantastic. Okay. Perfect. So let's go ahead and go back a little bit.
And if this is the beginning.
So I can control it?
I'm going to control it for you.
Okay.
We'll just work together as a team. You just hit next, say next, and I'll go to the next one.
Awesome. So today we're going to go over some things, some common credit myths, some things that you should know, right? And I'm going to go over the introduction to the credit restoration process, you guys, and then some basics about credit building. And we're going to just touch on how to leverage credit to build wealth, because honestly, I mean, credit, you need credit. Without credit, you're not going to be able to leverage that to be able to create any sort of wealth. So go ahead and hit next. So let me go ahead and hit next, right, real quick. So now what's going to happen is this, understanding that as you, let me know if you can hit next. Perfect. So let's face it. I mean, America's reality, you guys. We're literally almost $1 trillion in credit card debt, right? I'm going to go over some really, daunting numbers real quick, but then I'm going to go over the bright side, okay? So the current U.S. consumer debt is literally over $4 trillion. So nearly 2/3 of Americans cannot pass a financial literacy test. When I read that number, it was alarming. Nearly 2/3. That's almost 65 to 70% of Americans cannot pass a financial literacy exam, right? About 90% have bad or poor credit, and literally only 42% of adults literally currently have estate planning documents. So I want you to understand, when Charisma put together this summit, it was to prepare you for financial growth, mindset, abundance, everything. Because just because you had a rough year, a rough 5 years, a rough 10 years, doesn't mean that you cannot change the next few years, okay? Understanding that more than half Americans don't even know their credit score, right? And not only that, but the average U.S. household credit card debt is about $8,000. So go ahead and hit next. Now that sounds crazy, right? But now the bright side is this. More than half Americans have invested in the stock market. And the panelists in the last segment went over that. They are experts and professionals in what they do. I'm also an investor, and everything they touched on, I was like, yep, right? Because people want to grow their money now more than ever, right? The average FICO score now is 711. Before it was 660. So it's gone up. So people right now are learning more about their credit and how to improve their credit now more than ever, right? Savings accounts have increased at record numbers due to the 2020 pandemic. Why? Because people were unsure. The uncertainty of how life was going to happen. We are learning to live in this new norm, this new world, and understanding that when people have their backs against the wall, they're either going to fight or they're going to fold. So when I talk about financial literacy and credit, I'm talking about, hey, let's help more people start up their own home-based business. Let us help them make more money. Let us empower them. Let us educate them, and let us liberate them. All right. And the last thing is that the greatest transfer of wealth is taking place right now in history. I want you to, if for anything, I want you to understand that the greatest transfer of wealth in history is taking place right now. So we are preparing you to participate in that transfer. You're either going to see it, be a part of it, be a spectator, and 20 years from now, you're going to say, man, I was there, I participated, or you're going to say, man, 20 years later, I was there, but I spectated. So don't be a spectator. Go ahead, hit next. And we're going to brief through this, right? So the U.S. credit rating scale is anywhere from 300 to 850, right? Simple math says 850 minus 300 is 550 points that you and I can play with, right? So the lowest being 300, which I really never see anything. I've literally reviewed thousands upon thousands of credit reports, and I've never seen a 300. I've seen a 400, right? And I really see an 850. Those are like for the unicorn. They're possible, but you're not really using your credit the right way, okay? Go ahead, next. So now I'm going to break this down. Maybe you know it, maybe you don't. But there are 5 factors that break down your credit score. First is your payment history. Second is the amounts you owe. Third is your length or your age. Fourth is the types of credit. And 5 is your new credit. So I'm going to go over that real quick. Here's how I came up with those points you see on the screen. Out of 550 points, simple math tells me 35% of 550 is 192.5 points that you can earn by paying your bills on time. Now, that sounds crazy. That sounds easy, right, Vic? No, right? Because people are still late on their bills. During the pandemic, people were very late, right? People were using more credit than anything. And so they had to figure out if they can get a deferment, a grace period. But every time you make a late payment on your file, that's what you know, a 30-day late can drop your file for up to 110 points. Just one. So 192.5 points. Here's a quick hack. Pay your bills on time for the next 11 months. Not 12, not 9, just 11. 11 months. That's going to trick the algorithm to show that you've been doing it for about 24 months. Helping you out and getting you the most of that right there. And it's going to help you determine whether or not how your score looks over the last 24 months, your activity, okay? And the amount you owe, your credit card utilization is pretty much telling you that's 165 points. Now, I'm not a math genius, right? But I went to school, right? And so your payment history and your amount owed are 65% of your score. And in class, if you got a 65, 65 or higher in school, that was passing. Now, by barely passing, right? But you passed your class. Now, if you just got those 2 things right and you pay your bills on time and you used less than 10%, see, the industry niche or the cliche is use less than 30%. And I'm going to go over why that I don't believe in that, right? If you want to be a high flyer, 0 to 9% usage. If you want to be okay, a 10 or 11 to 19. If you want to be on the threshold, on the cusp of getting over, then 20 to 30%, okay? If you get those 2 right, you're good to go. Length of history is 82.5 points, which is really good. So the longer you have credit, the better you look for creditors and banks and lenders, okay? Types of credit. That's basically if you have, so they're different ones. They're revolving accounts, which are store cards, credit cards, stuff like that. Revolving account basically is you have a limit. You use it, you pay it, you use it, you pay it. It revolves around like the circle right here, revolving account. So a store card or a credit card is considered a revolving account. Then you have an installment account, okay? An installment account can be a student loan. So many of you have those on your file, which is great. Whether or not it's derogatory or open and good or current, it's still considered an installment loan. Installment loan can be that, it could be an auto loan, it could be a personal loan, it can be a whatever it is, but that's an installment loan. Then you have what we call open-ended accounts, right? Like mortgages and stuff like that, right? The banks and creditors want to see that you have different types of credit. They want to see, hey, is this person worthy of me lending him or her this money? They want to see how much credit worthiness, how responsible you are, and how responsible you've been with in the last 24 months with your credit to determine whether or not they're going to lend you that money that you apply for, right? Last thing is new credit. basically it's 55 points. So I'm going to go over this real quick because here's the deal. When you apply for credit, every time you apply for credit, there's two types of inquiries. One is so when you apply for credit, it's a hard inquiry. When the creditor pulls your credit by just checking your score, it's a soft inquiry. You didn't authorize that, okay? A hard inquiry can hurt your score for literally up to 12 to 15 points, literally with one inquiry. I've seen credit files, from 0 inquiries to 70 or 80 or 100 inquiries, but guess what? People don't understand the value of why it's important to have these 5 factors running in synchronicity at all times. Next slide. Because here's why. When you think about, credit, and you think about something that you should know, if you know the average FICO score is 711, then you know that's pretty good. But I'm going to go ahead and bust a myth for you so you can see. Watch this. Guys, this next slide. The first myth is FICO versus Vantage. Now, FICO was created in 1950, right, by literally a mathematician and an engineer, Bill Fair and Earl Isaac, right? How do I know that? I researched it, right? Bill Fair and Earl Isaac, they came out with an algorithm to be able to determine the probability of people paying back what they lend them. So that's FICO. FICO is the most commonly used scoring model out there. And then there's Vantage, right? Vantage, you've probably seen it before, but you have no idea what the hell that is, right? Next slide, and I'm gonna tell you what this is. Next slide real quick, watch. FICO versus Vantage, okay? Look at the scores on there by age. You're gonna see them right there, okay? Average FICO 8 versus average Vantage 3. Now, what I want you to do right now is I want you to put your hand over the Vantage scores and only look at the FICO scores because that's the only one that matters. That's the only one that matters. You're probably saying, how is that even possible? What is a Vantage score? First off, there are many different scoring models out there, many of them. You got FICO 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, you have 10. You've got many of them. Vantage score 3, you have 4. There's so many of them. But hit the next slide. I'm going to show you what's what and why it makes sense. If you're on this summit, this webinar, if you will, I want you to do one thing for me. If you don't have an Experian account, download the app today for free. It's called Experian Report. Download it today, and they're going to give you a free FICO 8 score and a report, a free report. Now, just so you know, nothing in this world is free, right? And if you use a product and you're not paying for it, you're the product. So they're going to give you offers, but they're going to give you your FICO score. Download it for free. Then you have on the other side, which is Vantage, and some of you know exactly where I'm heading. Credit Karma, Credit Wise, Capital One, Credit Sesame. There's so many different, websites that offer a Vantage score. Now, let me tell you something really quick, okay? Credit Karma is not a credit monitoring site. Hit the next slide. Now I'm going to explain to you why. Credit Karma, sorry, let's go back one more time. Credit Karma, go back one more time, sorry. Credit Karma is a credit marketing site, okay? Not a credit monitoring site. Credit Karma, I'm going to hit you with some really crazy facts, okay? Credit Karma gives you a TransUnion score and an Equifax score. These are a Vantage score. First off, the Vantage score came out in 2000 to compete with the FICO score, okay? It's only been around for like 20 years. But Credit Karma literally gives you 2 scores. Doesn't give you a full report, by the way. Does not give you a full report. It gives you 2 scores, and then it solicits you offers. You ever wonder when you get an email, you're chilling in the house, something like that, and all of a sudden you get an email, Credit Karma, Jake, your credit is amazing. You are rocking it. You're pre-qualified for this, this, and this. And you're like, man, I'm hyped, right? And you go apply for them. Now you go and log on a Credit Karma on your app, and you're like, this is you. Man, 760 credit score is lit. I'm excited right now. And then you go apply for that. Boom, 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 credit card. I'm sorry, you're denied. You're like, what? It's happened to all of us. It's happened to me in the past, right? Until I knew better. See, if you knew better, you do better. Credit Karma doesn't give you the score that you need to know. Experian does. But what you don't know is that every single time that you apply for one of those credit cards or accounts or loans on Credit Karma, they get paid up to $100 per application, whether or not you get approved. They don't care. It's a marketing site. They solicit you 2 scores to try and get your service, to get your business. So by all means, I'm going to tell you, don't listen to Credit Karma. I have to say, it's not your FICO score, it's your FACO score, right? Your FACO score. It's not your real score. It's not your score. But what's on the report can somewhat help you out. Go to Experian and download it, okay? Next slide. And that goes for the same with the other 2, okay? Now, the credit restoration process is very important. There are many different aspects to it, but I'm going to go over just a few of them. First off, is it legal? Yes. 2, do I need to hire a credit repair company? Absolutely not. And I run and own one, okay? Can I repair my own credit? Yes, you can. How long does it take? 3 to 6 months, depending upon how many items you have in your credit report, and does it really work? Yes. We've had many clients coming to us and literally graduate in our program, some in 3 months, some in 6 months, some in 4, some in 12, some in even 18. Reason why people graduate in 18 months is because they don't follow the program. But it's all about you. You have to participate in your own rescue. You're in your own, your own discipline. We can only help you. Charisma can only help you. Adiata can only help you. Jesse can only, these people are only here to help and point you in the right direction. The rest is up to you. Next slide. Right, so screenshot this real quick, okay? Just screenshot it if you can. Because these 5 acts or laws, I study them. Most people haven't, but I study them, right? The Fair Credit Reporting Act, first and foremost, is an act to protect you, the consumer, and the credit bureaus. It governs the credit bureaus. Now, I know you're probably like, this is kind of boring and, but I'm going to tell you something. Here's why this is so valuable and important to your life and the financial future of yours and your family's legacy. When you understand your consumer rights, you know that collection companies are violating your rights all the time. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send you all a PDF, okay? Charisma, remind me at the end of 10 ways collection companies violate your rights. And some of you are gonna be like, oh my gosh, they did all these already to me. And you're not realizing that you can sue them if they violate your rights, and they do it all the time. So these acts and laws were literally passed to protect you. Hit the next button real quick, because here's why. When you understand that there are only 3 major credit bureaus, and just so you know now, there's actually a 4th one. No one's gonna tell you these. There are over 400 different data furnishing agencies, but the 4th silent bureau is called Innovis, INNOVIS, right? Innovis. And they house things like bankruptcies, repossessions, and all that. I mean, let me just tell you something. If you've never heard that data is the world's largest business and most profitable business, you're probably sleeping under a rock. These agencies, and by the way, they call them credit bureaus. There's nothing bureau about them. Nothing federal about them. They're 3 independent agencies. They report information. So I want you to think about Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax as 3 large buckets, right? Buckets that all these creditors dump information in. Dump them. And the bureaus, they have to, by law, ensure that everything that's in these buckets, all the information is accurate, it's timely, it's not obsolete, it's correct, and guess what happens? It's not. The fact is that 1 out of every 5 credit reports have errors. 1 out of every 5? Yeah, 20%. So that means that, so you're telling me, Vic, right, that right now on my credit report, I got errors. Yep. And I'm also telling you that loan you got, that credit card you got, that whatever you got a higher interest rate because there were incorrect information on your credit report that, number 1, you didn't know about, and number 2, it wasn't supposed to be there. So what happens is these agencies furnish information on you, these companies pay to report on you, and they sell your information. And then those companies, Capital One loans, they send you mail to apply for this card and email, and they solicit you for your business. Then you apply for that and you get a higher interest rate. You're like, man, I'm applied, great, I'm in there. Had you taken the time to look at your credit report first before you apply for anything, or understand that, hey, listen, let me figure out where I'm at, why I'm here before I apply, because now you could have achieved yourself thousands of dollars in interest rate, thousands of dollars in interest. And if you didn't know, the average American right now spends literally over the course of their lifetime over $300,000 alone on interest. On interest. So I'm here to help you rebuttal that and change that, okay? The CFPB is the last one and the most important thing that you got to remember. They are the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They literally will go to work for you. They've been slacking literally the last 2 years because of COVID and all that. But what I will tell you is this, they have your back. Go to the CFPB.com, look at them, check them out. They're important. Look up these laws. Next slide. Okay? Know your rights. So I'm going to just give you a quick sample report, and I'm going to tell you one thing. This is a sample report. So anything you've done in your lifetime, by the way, is reported, documented. So when you were 12 years old and you were hanging out with your cousin on Elm Street, and y'all ordered that pizza and chicken wings for that game on that credit card, yeah, that's on your credit. That name's on your credit. That address is on your credit. All of these things are on your credit and you have no idea. See, there are people, man, I've seen, when I say the amount of information they store on us, it is redonkulous. It pisses me off. But guess what? That comes to an end today. Because here's what you can do to be able to combat that. Number one, you can pull your credit report. Analyze it. You should only have one name. Listen to me closely. You should only have one name, your correct name. And if you have different misspellings of your names, the reason why that is because the creditor that you applied for misspelled your name wrong on the application. It's not your fault, but guess what? When you have your name, let's say Charisma Shackleford, but you have 4 different names, Charis, Shackle, or whatever it is, and then Shackleford Charisma, or Charisma 9, you're gonna be like, what's going on? When you go to apply for a credit card or a loan or a home, they're gonna be like, this person has multiple aliases. They're not responsible. They're kind of fishy. You are what we call a risky borrower. It's not your fault though. It's their fault. So analyze your credit report before you do anything. That's important. And one thing you need to remember, one thing. I told you how to download the Experian report, right? The app. Because Experian is number one, the largest out of these 3. They're so big, they combine the other 2, they're still bigger than them, okay? But Experian has their own app for a reason. They store a lot of information. That means addresses. So if you got a collection on your account, charge off, repossession, bankruptcy, child support, student loans, whatever it is, I want you to listen to me very closely. Just take a step close, close, come over here. They report everything and they will not remove it off of your report unless you ask them to. You need to ask them to. People go, well, my credit report's all right, let me go hire someone. Why don't you just grab the bull by the horns and try to do it yourself? But again, first off, ask an expert for advice, but you can literally, we're gonna empower you today to fix your credit yourself. So what you firstly wanna do is pull a credit report and look at all of your addresses, right? That's the first thing you wanna do. Look at all the addresses. And then at that point, once you do that, look at the address ID. And I'm gonna talk about that another time, but the address you have that you once lived at is attached to an old account. In order for you to remove that account, that collection, that repo, bankruptcy, you've got to remove that personal information first. And please, and I implore you, please, the next thing you want to do is do not, I repeat, do not ever dispute online. That means on Credit Karma, Experian, don't do it. Because you waive, what you don't realize in the terms and conditions, which I read, by the way, all right? I'm real like that. I'm gonna count them by trade, okay? When you dispute online, you waive your right to the method of verification. You waive your rights as a consumer to ask them, okay, why isn't this off? And to ask them more questions. So don't do that. Next slide. And I'm almost done with this. Here's why. when you understand that identity theft is 1 in every 15 people, but it happens every 6 seconds, you'll think differently. Every 6 seconds, someone's stolen their identity. What you don't understand is that a lot of companies, they offer the dark web scan. They offer, your identity is so important. It's you. So why would you allow someone else to attempt to steal your identity? My advice, every 6 months or even earlier, look at your credit. Pull the credit report. Analyze it. Look what's on there. Names, addresses. You should have 1 name, 1 birth date, 1 address. No employees, no employers, no phone numbers, right? That's it. You want a clean record. Why? Because you don't want the information on there to pass around all around different creditors and furnishers. Next slide. Okay? Because here's why. When you understand that as you start to fix your credit, there are things you need to remember when you fix your credit. Like first, pay the accounts on time. Here's a quick tidbit. If you're someone who has so much going on in life, maybe you have family, you have multiple jobs, the business, set auto pay on your account and set it at least a week before you have to pay it. Okay? What I mean by that is you have a due date and then there's the post date or the statement date. You do not pay on your statement date because then you'll be late. You pay a few days before your due date and set an alarm, an auto pay. Do whatever you have to do because remember, 1 30-day late can drop your score for 110 points. Let me tell you something. If you're someone who has a 500 credit score, 600 credit score, and you have a 30-day late, it won't be as severe. It may be like 30, 40, 50 points. But what's crazy is FICO, they don't give a rip. If you have a 780 credit score, listen to this, and you have 1 30-day late payment, they are knocking your score from 780 to 660, 680. Because the higher your score and that recent late payment, you'll drop it faster. Why? Because in my own personal opinion, it is a war between the financial institutions and us. If you understood, like some of them said, to think like the bank, if you understand that if you take the mentality of thinking like a business owner and not the consumer, you'll never be the borrower ever again, ever. Remember that. Think like the bank. Think like the business owner, not the consumer. Because consumers, they've driven us in a world that we are living in a consumer-driven economy. Stop paying, stop spending. Spend on things that'll make you money and earn you money and create wealth. 2, open up secure cards. I'm gonna give you a quick hack. If you're listening to me, write this down. I'm gonna give you a hack that you don't have to pay for credit repair, nothing. And you don't gotta pay a dime, okay? If you wanna raise your score within 30 points over the next 30 days to 60 days by yourself, what you do is this. You find something that you're already paying for. Netflix subscription, whatever it is. That's whatever you're paying for per month. You take that amount, you multiply it by 10, okay? Then you go to the bank and you get a secured loan from your bank for that amount. Let me give you an example. If you're paying for a subscription that's $9.99, you multiply it by 10, that's $100. You go to your bank, you get a secured loan for $100. Vic, that's all? Yes. And then you pay that every single month. That's going to be 10% of your score, 10% of your utilization, which is pretty good, right? And what's going to happen is they're going to give you that loan, put it into your account, and all you need to do is move it from one account to the other and pay that bill. And all you did was use your own money, get it back, and still pay that subscription that you were paying for. Nothing had to do with credit repair, nothing. Those are hacks. Get a secure loan from your bank and literally put it into your, when I say I've mastered the credit game, I've mastered it to the point where, Charisma, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to share this story real quick and I'm going to continue.
Yeah.
2017, I was faced with some troubling challenges in my life. And that year, I moved in with my girlfriend, my wife at the time now, girlfriend at the time, right? Moved in. Business wasn't going so well for me or whatever it was. And I had $3,750 worth of credit. and I wasn't getting paid. My business wasn't falling. Things were happening in my life that I had no control over, and I was in a deep depression. 2017, almost 4.5 years ago. But I had faith, right? What I did was I used what I learned, said I got to get up on my pity party, and I started to learn what I learned, utilize what I learned from credit. Looked at my credit score, and by the way, at the time my credit was 729, but I had $3,750 worth of credit. Let me just tell you something. I fast forward right now. 1 year from that day, December of 2017 to December of 2018, I was able to grow 6 figures worth of credit in a 12-month period, leverage that to be able to open up 2 businesses, build my business credit. Now my wife and I have a 7-figure net worth. I'm only telling you that because I knew 4 years ago, we were in a bad situation. I moved in with my girlfriend who literally believed in me. A year, I was in a depression. I was lost, anxiety. And a year later, my financial situation changed. Number 1, because I believed. Number 2, because I applied myself. So as we go along, I want you to understand, these are just credit building basics. Becoming an authorized user is what we call piggybacking. You can do that as well. Family, friend, whoever it is, you can literally hop on their credit card, not having to apply for one, and you can literally inherit their history. So if you have a friend, family, whoever it is, you can inherit their history as that. Credit building, I spoke about that already, and checking your credit report for errors. Next slide. And we have 2 more, then we're done. Let me just tell you, when I talk about thinking like a business owner, screenshot this, please. Because when I learned that when you use consumer credit, that's great. But if you start to build your business credit, everything you do doesn't have to be attached to your social security number. In the beginning, you gotta start opening up some net 30 accounts. But when you know how to use credit the right way, understanding how credit works, first off, how to establish it, because here at our Credit Pro, what we do is we don't just fix credit, we educate our clients on why credit is important. We build their credit, we restore their credit. So the first thing is we do a credit audit, we do a credit education, then we do credit restoration. The 4th thing is we help build their credit. And the last thing is the 5th step is we teach them how to leverage a good credit to produce assets. People said earlier, crypto, this, and I know, and I'm actually teaching my clients how to leverage their credit and buy crypto. You can't do it, but I know how to do it, right? There are ways where you can leverage your credit to build and create assets like real estate. And let me go to the next slide. I'm gonna show you, see some more. That you can read. By the way, I'm gonna give you guys this entire PDF if you want, okay? So you can absorb it, use it, whatever you want to do with it, okay? Here are some tips that you can use to accelerate wealth. Once you build your personal credit to at least 680 and you start building your business credit, you can now PG, or what we call personal guarantee, your business credit with your personal credit. There are ways you can do it without it, but I'm going to tell you, yes, those are good ways, but focus on your consumer credit first. You can do both simultaneously. I did, and right now it's fantastic. Okay. Once your FICO score is at 680 or above, you're not going to qualify for funding and doing a whole lot. Next thing you do is you start a business, an LLC, a corp, whatever it is. You need to start to build your last name. Build for your last name. Your credit is everything, but you need to build for your last name. Start getting stuff and your assets in your company name, in your last name. And now you can leverage that good credit to be able to get more funding and to be able to grow your business. You know the reason why companies go out of business in the first 5 years? Because lack of capital. If they learn how to build credit and get access to funding, they wouldn't be there. So you can literally purchase cash flow, investment property. You can literally do things like buy clothing, sneakers, and sell it. Luxury cars, Turo, whatever it is, Airbnb. People are starting businesses all over with their credit. And what we teach our clients is this. You build your credit first, learn it, know the pitfalls and the traps, avoid them, and you're now off to the moon. And there are other ways to go about doing it. This is going to be in a whole different segment, but if I have your permission, Charisma, we'll have in the community a group where I'm going to be going over how you can literally create a whole lot of wealth using life insurance policies, how you can literally start a policy with your credit and getting. I mean, when I say, okay, we've been doing this for 9 years. Our net worth is where it's at, but I know that when it comes to credit, mastering it is just the beginning. Next slide. And as we're wrapping up, here's what I want you to understand. There are just 10 signs that I want you to understand when it comes that you know that you understand you have credit trouble. If one or all of these signs resonate with you, stop what you're doing and right immediately after this summit, because you're going to be, empowered and ready to go. Get a copy of your credit report. Get a copy of your credit report and look at it, analyze it for accuracy. It is the most vital thing. You see, you fix your credit, and I believe everything in life falls into place. Next slide. I'm wrapping up. Not being taught about credit and financial legacy is one of the biggest failures of our education system. I was never taught about credit in school. You probably weren't either. Now they're starting to teach financial literacy. But when you understand legacy and you understand generational wealth, credit is right there up in the mix. You fix your credit, everything else will fall into place. And as we wrap up, here's what I'm going to do on the last slide. Well, actually, you know what? Never mind. Don't even worry about the last slide. We can end it right there. What I'm going to do is, Charisma, if you will, I'm going to be giving anyone on this call a copy of our ebook, the Credit Builder's Blueprint, on how to establish, build, grow your credit, and leverage it. And I'm also going to send you guys the 10 ways, collection companies literally violate your rights. That's important, because if you understood that, you'd be in a better position financially.
So Victor, if you want to email that to me, I could actually add it to, there is a swag bag,
Swag bag.
That's going out to everyone.
I get a chance to do that.
So there's a lot more goodies in there, guys. So yes,
Awesome.
I just shot you a text message. If you send me those links, add them to that swag bag so that everyone can get it, as well as everyone that's watching the replay. So if you're not here with us live, we're going to take care of you too. You're actually going to get the swag bag. And it's full of a lot of golden nuggets from everyone that was here today. So
that's what it's about.
Yeah. So Victor, leave us, if there's one call to action you're going to have them do today after this, because you gave a lot of golden nuggets, and I've even been on calls with you. I was blown away. I can't wait to get involved in some of the wealth building part when it comes to credit. Mind blowing. So if there's one thing you can leave with.
I can tell you one thing I'm going to tell you, and here's what I'm going to leave you with. Get out of your own pity party and get out of your own head. And I tell you this on the call. Most people don't feel like they deserve the good credit, the good life, the car, the home, the financials, whatever it is. The only way you will truly deserve that is if you serve, right? Serve. But what does serve mean? You got to serve yourself first, right? Like on a plane. When turbulence happens, you put your mask on first before you help someone else. So the first actionable stuff you can do right now is to get up out your head, get up out your feelings, right? And pull your credit report immediately. And stop being the victim, and no pun intended, start to be the victor. I love you guys. Thank you all for having me on, and God bless you all.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That was dope. All right. So Hadi, everyone, Hadi is about to take over the reins and be taking over these next few segments. So from my sister from another mister,
I'm back.
Go ahead and step out so you can step into this light and take it away.
Awesome. So, gosh, we got so much information. Literally, I have my notebook here and I'm like trying to get my pen. I'm like, I can't screenshot fast enough. Victor, what a phenomenal job. The finance and investing group, gosh, each one of you guys had things that I'm like, I need to be in your room. I need to be in your room in Color Me World. I need to be in your room. And that's always what I've looked for, is to create a network of people that just know a whole lot of stuff that I don't know. Because, and Janelle said this, she's like, you know, whatever you don't know anything about, you don't want to invest in. And so that's like with just different pieces of life. I don't know a whole lot of stuff. And so I get scared, and I know that you're supposed to dive into it head first, but I need somebody to kind of walk me through it. And that's what today has been. If you guys feel the same way, say me too. Let me know that we're all in the same place, that we're all in a growth space and looking for a community that would allow us to be able to be comfortable with it, right? Like, it's embarrassing not knowing certain things, but not when you're in a community that is welcoming and makes you not have to feel anything about that. So yeah, so I'm seeing like in some of the chat, there's a PDF, all of this stuff that the speakers are actually going to be able to put their information in like a swag bag for you. And so you're going to get a lot of extra information because you registered, because you were here live with us. So we'll make sure you guys get everything that you need. So we're going to go into this next segment, and it's a little break. So one thing that I've learned is that the way my attention is set up, it's not. Right. And so I like to have little breaks in my learning. And the young lady that's about to come up is one of my close friends I've known for a lot of years. And I spent time with her. She was working on a campaign. It was a domestic violence campaign. And I was like, her heart, her soul, I need more of that. And I don't know if you guys have ever met people like that, that you meet them and instantly, you know, they were placed in your life for a reason, and you might not know what that reason is. And so for the years, we've cultivated our relationship, and I do a lot of different women's events, and anytime I need something, I call her. And if you know me well, it might be last minute. Don't judge. At least I get it done, right? And I call her for anything, and she called me. She actually asked me for something, which she has not ever. And she said, I have a new song that's coming up. Will you do one of your fun TikTok videos to it? And I'm like, yeah, I'm in. I want to definitely do it. I want to support you any way that I can. And it just so happens it is perfect for our next segment. So we're going to go into a work from anywhere segment. But before that, I thought it would be really cool for us to be able to get this hip hop recording artist. She is actually a U.S. musical ambassador. She's a director of Pure Movement. She's also a motivational speaker. She's also a teacher. So she's an educator. I was so excited to be able to say, let me get you to come on here and perform for everybody. I want people to be exposed to what she's doing, to her as a person. You know, you can follow her, Mahogany Jones, on Instagram. I'll make sure to put that in there. But I'm going to be quiet, and Charisma is going to bring this beautiful queen up so you could just think about work, because we're about to talk about work. We're going to talk about working from anywhere. And so without further ado, I'm going to leave it up to Miss Beautiful Mahogany Jones.
Well, hello, friend, and I'm beyond inspired by you and the work that you do and how you get it in. And the conference so far has really just triggered and touched me in some of the best ways, because yeah, it's that time. It's definitely that time. Like we say, this year's my year. It's like, okay, no, for real. Like, let's put in that work and let's make sure that this year's our year. And I wrote this song out of that space, just like, yo, let's get to it. And so I hope that you all are inspired. I'm going to do a quick sound check and just make sure that you can hear, because I have on my headphones. So give me a thumbs up, or if you could let me know if you can't hear the music. I'm going to turn it up. Can you guys hear the music? Putting in work. You hear that chorus? Only thing in my sights, putting in work. Let me know if you hear the chorus. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. Only sleeping on flights, putting in work. Put my back into it. I'ma use some extra muscle. Make them dance to it. Simon says me Cupid shuffle. Move some bands to it. That's what I call flow and hustle. No kilograms, only fans. Single on shuffle. Supply demand. Get advanced. Price just double. No kilograms, only fans. Need a couple Rembrandts on hand. Yeah, we double struggle. Floor plans and some land and some space shuttles. Work. Only thing in my sights, putting in work. all day and all night, putting in work. Only sleeping on flights, putting in work. Diversify the funds, let me call it team huddle. About to make it monsoon, hand playing puddles. Going full throttle, we gon' need some seat buckles. All about the bigger picture, pieces to the puzzle. Going non-stop till it pop, hubble, bubble. All against the clock, watch me get this trouble. Double fight for my life, I'ma fight to the white knuckles. About to get this work off his clerk. I ain't here to cuddle. Work. Only thing in my sights, putting in work. All day and all night, putting in work. Only sleeping off flights, putting in work. Let me say what I mean, cause I mean what I say. About to buy a storefront so I can put it on display. This that work, that grind, that no sleep, that up climb, that non-stop, no pit stops, that push through, it's showtime. That good, that vibe high, that south side, the east side, that south side. Let's ride that, burn it down, that left eye. Work, I've been working on the railroad. All day till I get my own mail post. On the bay with my bag in a sailboat. Woo! Ha! Work. Putting in work. Only thing in my sights, putting in work. All day and all night, putting in work. Only sleeping on flights, putting in work. So y'all, that's it. That's it. That's the message for this season. That's the time. It's time to get it done. Let's work out. Let's get this bread. Let's get our lives together. Let's leave some inheritance for our families. This time is the perfect way to start up the new year and for me to really put some work behind my work. So, man, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. No, thank you. And I feel like it just went so perfectly with what we were doing, because everybody has realized that whatever we were doing before, that we weren't seeing the results that we wanted to, is because we weren't truly putting in focused work.
Yes.
We weren't being intentional with our work. We weren't working in a space that truly brought us joy and happiness, right? And so we are ready to work all day and all night. Thank you so much, Mahogany. I love you to the moon and back. I appreciate you. She has a sick baby at home and she still was like, I'm gonna figure out how to get it done. So I appreciate you for sneaking things in. I'll make sure everybody follows you, make sure that they know exactly what you are going to continuously do in this music and artist space. So I appreciate you, love.
Definitely appreciate you guys. Please, the single's on all digital platforms. Make sure you download it. My last EP, Floating, is really fire, and it also is on digital platforms. So do a little digging, do a little research. Help me continue to get this work for me and my babies and my husband. And I love you guys so much. Thank you for this, and thank you again for this opportunity.
It is our pleasure. Have a great rest of the day. Yes. Putting in that work. All right. And so, that gave you a little bit. You can go ahead and stretch it out. We know that we're going to get some work, and we're going into our very next panel. And this is a fun panel for me because this is me. This is the work from anywhere panel. So when we say work from anywhere, it's truly anywhere. Whether you're in the bedroom sneaking so the kids aren't screaming, whether you're on the beach working, it doesn't matter where it is. Really, what our goal is with our community is to provide a space where you realize that you truly can design a life where you can work from anywhere. Right. And sometimes in entrepreneurship, because you run your own business, you get an office, you're so excited, but then you stay in that office all day and all night. And the way for you to get to the point where you could truly work from anywhere is that you, number one, have multiple streams. And number two, you've got to find some things that are passive. Can we all agree? If you agree, say yes and yes. That's really where we want to be. And so I am excited to bring this next panel up here. And we have some phenomenal speakers. Miss Charisma is going to bring all of them up so you can see them. There I go. I see Miss Felicia Jones here. I see Twig. I see Lauren. So when we got a couple more. That's going to come in here. I'm excited to see them all. Look at Unique. I think that's everybody. Let me look. Yeah. Yeah. All right. It looks like I got everybody. This is going to be fun. All right. So, what I'm going to do really briefly is I'm going to say a couple of things about each speaker, have them say hello, and then we will go into all the questions from there. And we'll see. See, it's a work from anywhere panel, meaning everybody's literally everywhere, right? I don't think there's anybody that's in the same state. I think we have one person out of the country right now. So, he is truly putting in that work from somewhere else. Or maybe he's not laying on the beach like he normally is, ready somewhere else. So first, we are going to go ahead and go into Miss Felicia Jones, who is a STEM advocate, TEDx speaker, podcast host, and travel lover. Queen, say hello to the family.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hey. Good. And we will jump into who's right next to her. We will go into Twig. He is known as Twig to me, Josh to many, a serial entrepreneur, a wealth coach, a passive income coach, definitely somebody that has been doing some major things. And he doesn't even really, he likes to pretend like he lives in the United States, but he doesn't. He lives somewhere else. Say hello to everybody for us, Josh.
What's going on, man? Appreciate y'all for having me.
Of course. And we are going to go to the bottom left of the screen. My girl, who actually met her while we were doing some advocacy work with the Hip Hop Caucus years and years ago. We were aspiring to be where we are right now, or maybe just a little bit further, but we weren't quite there yet. We was working. We weren't quite there yet. She's no longer here with me in Detroit, though. She is in Atlanta. And so Chanique is a success and self-care marketing consultant. Huge. So success and self-care marketing consultant, still super huge. Say hello to the world, Chanique.
Hello, everybody.
And last but not least, we have Miss Lauren Woodson, who I also met while we were doing, we were actually in a network marketing business together. And I saw her drive. At that time, she was a mother of two, and I saw her have her kids everywhere with her. She had a business. She was working with us in another business. She also had a job, and I was like, how does this girl do all of this? Like, how is that even possible? And so she is also a serial entrepreneur, has been able to create her own makeup line. I'm actually wearing some of her lipstick right now. Karma is the name of my lipstick that I'm wearing right this second. And so Lauren, Miss Access, Lauren, say hello to everybody.
Hi, hey everybody.
All righty, let's get into this bad boy, right? So we're gonna jump into the questions. And if you guys have some different questions that you're thinking, put them in the chat and we'll see if we can jump them in there. We're a little bit behind time, so we'll see what happens, right? So we're going to jump into it. And just so you know, speakers, you answer however you want. It's not a specific order. If there's a question, you're like, let somebody else answer it. You know how to like lean back so somebody else answers it. You do your thing wherever you're comfortable. That's where you want to be. So question number one. The phrase work from anywhere has taken the world by storm, especially thanks to the pandemic and everyone having to work from home, losing their jobs, having to find other ways to create money outside the box. What does work from anywhere truly mean to you?
Nice. I'm gonna be a gentleman. I'm gonna let the ladies go first.
Oh, you're so nice, Josh.
Okay, I'll answer. I feel like working from anywhere is having the ability to complete your job or generate income from a numerous of any variety of locations. I mean, whether it's at home or at a coffee shop or on vacation, it's just being able to still accomplish your tasks from anywhere.
I'll add on to that because work from anywhere has been an ideology that I've taken on for a while as an entrepreneur, but also a corporate climber. And now we're in the state where we have experienced the pandemic for almost 2 years now. So what employers are really looking for, and even your clients are also looking for, is just you being able to do your best work. So working from anywhere means anywhere that you can have a peace of mind and anywhere that you can also bring your best self to the time that you're spending on your client work or your project work. So if that is a coffee shop, if that is an airplane, if that is you on a beach, as long as it is not distracting to any partners or colleagues that you have, because sometimes you're on Zoom. I specifically remember being in Mexico last year and I had a Zoom background, but my hair was blowing and it was like this. And I said, well, that doesn't happen in the office. My background was failing me. And it was a tree behind me as well. It was a palm tree behind me. I was not at home. I was not working from home. I was working from anywhere. It was not but it was a distraction to my colleagues if they are seeing these types of things. So really, work from anywhere is when you can do your best work and not be a distraction to getting the product done. And that's at any time of day, at any place where you're able to bring your best to the table.
I'll jump in. For me and all the answers, there's no wrong answer to this, but I think for me, since I'm 7 years being an entrepreneur, it's just being able to slowly figure out what that lifestyle is going to look like so that I can have a little bit more freedom, a little bit more self-care, but also being able to make money and not like overly stress about it at the same time. So it's been a journey for us ever since we moved to Colorado. Even my husband, they let him work from home over 10 years ago when we moved here. So we've kind of always been in this kind of work from anywhere. And it wasn't until a couple of years ago when we actually purchased our RV that we were like, hey, let's take this thing on the road and see what happens. So that's been fun.
RV living.
Nice.
I know. I want to hear about that. That's exciting. That's exciting. Go ahead, Josh.
Nice.
Well, Josh is in the Dominican Republic, so his
But all the answers was great, and I like what. Can y'all hear me?
Listen, Josh, I'm gonna need you to tap on the router. Tap on the router, like.
Can y'all hear me?
This is a work from anywhere problem.
Right.
Stable, fast internet.
Wi-Fi is a thing.
Can y'all hear me? I can hear y'all.
We hear you now.
I can hear y'all. Okay. Yeah, I can hear y'all. Sorry about that. We'll talk about that problem later when we talk about tech stuff. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Great responses to all the young ladies. For me, I like what she said, wherever you're productive, wherever you can be productive, because, for me, it's all about, can you work from home, but can you scale? Can you grow wherever you at? And, that's what I like. So when I had work from home or anywhere, sorry. That's what I like. Just being able to scale, being able to be efficient, and have that time freedom where you have control of your work time and your free time. That's important. So no matter where you're at, like I said, I'm in Dominican Republic. I flew down November 2020. Only was planning to stay a month and a half. And then I extended the stay another 7 months because I was real productive over here. So, so now I'm back. So, that's what I mean to me. Wherever you feel productive and you get a lot of accomplished.
For sure.
That's what I like.
Yeah, and I mean, working from anywhere, I feel like it's a dream for everybody. And I think that it's something that people didn't even think was possible prior to the pandemic, right? And so I don't want to say that there was anything great that came from that, but I think that it stretched people's mindsets. I think that it put people in a place where they started to understand that I don't have to sit in an office to accomplish the same amount of work. And it's funny because honestly, that was one of the main reasons that I knew I had to leave corporate America. Because if I got my job done in 3 hours, why I got to sit here for the other 5? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm one of those people that's how I would think. I'm like, why do I have to sit here? So I'm either going to do more work that you really weren't paying me for. That's why you gave me this. So I'm going to do more work for no pay is how my mind works. Or I'm wasting my time that I cannot get back. And so, you know,
Mm.
that was actually what pushed me into entrepreneurship, was starting to kind of understand that. Let's see, what should people who aren't accustomed to working from the working from anywhere lifestyle do to get psychologically ready for it? So it's like a dream, right? Yes, I get to work from anywhere. Look at Lauren's face. I get to work from anywhere. This is so perfect and so easy. Psychologically and mentally, what do people need to be thinking about?
Oh, I'll jump in, everyone, on this one. So we've been doing this for about 10 years, ever since we moved here. And there's a psychological component to work from anywhere. And the first thing people think about is just working from home. Like literally, you just take that job and just sit at home all the time. And I think it took about 2 years for me to convince my husband, like, you can like leave the house and work somewhere else. And he was like, what? And I remember I had this huge argument when I did have a 9 to 5. They were like, no, you're supposed to work from home. You're not supposed to work from anywhere else. I was like, how do you know? So I think the first thing is, understanding that you can leave the house every now and then and take your laptop, take your work, schedule your day properly, and you can still go somewhere else, have a great view, and still get everything done and not feel as if you're kind of being judged. And I think a lot of people feel like if I leave the house and work, all of a sudden everybody's judging me. They're probably not.
That's a great answer. Great answer.
Something else to add on there is to understand your personality type. A lot of people enjoy working from home because it is convenient. It allays you from a commute. You can take care of your family. If you have other responsibilities, you can manage them a bit more closely. But if you're someone who prefers group activity, or if you like meetings, or if you like to sit next to someone, if you are not familiar with knowing if you're an audible learner, a tactile learner, or a visual learner, if I did not say that one already, you have to understand how you learn and how you work and how you like to collaborate, because you will be alone with your laptop. There is no one coming to ask you, how's your first day going? Do you like it here? Do you want to go to lunch? No one's asking you that. So you really have to be sure if the social aspect of working is for you, because it can have very lonely moments as an entrepreneur, which we all know. But definitely as someone who is more specific to the working structure, group work, corporate work, etc.
And nobody's going to ask you, compliment you on your outfits anymore when you work at home. So my sister is going through that right now. She likes dressing up to go to work, so that's a hard transition for her right now.
She needs to make TikToks in the cute videos, and then she's gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's gonna like it. If it's one or two, she's gonna get a couple of it, right?
Showing up for Zoom is also worth it. That's another thing. Folks think they can show up on Zoom with bonnets and sweatshirts on, and depending on what type of work you do, that's inappropriate. You still have to be presentable and present an image that's appropriate for what you want to do in the organization and your professional future. So yeah, there is something on Twitter I saw. It was like a collared shirt with a robe on the bottom. That's fine. Put a necklace on.
That's me right now. That's me right this second.
My shirt says hustle. It doesn't matter what else I'm wearing. Nothing matters but this frame. Create the frame that's appropriate for what you want to do, instead of laying in your bed. Sometimes you may have your camera off. That's fine. There is Zoom overload, but you really have to curate the experience that your colleagues are going to have with you, because this is the only interaction. You're not going to see them after work. My colleagues at my day job are in New York. I don't see them at all. So you have to curate the experience and participate in your branding, if you will, when you do present yourself on Zoom as a work from home or work from anywhere participant.
Sure.
Yeah, no, that's big. Can you hear me, Hottie?
Yes, sir.
Dominican Wi-Fi checking in. But yeah, I think it has to do with the person and what kind of work you do to prepare you psychologically, because if you are used to the corporate world, or I never had a 9 to 5. I've never been in corporate America, so I don't understand the world from that point of view, right? So for me, I'm the head of the snake, or the head of the, I don't want to say snake, but the head of the corporation. So I know I had to be disciplined for people to get their checks and I had a systems to help manage them. So I look at it from that point of view. So if you're trying to work from home, or excuse me, work from anywhere, you gotta make sure you have the systems in place to be productive. Because I worked really hard over the years to develop what I have now, to be able to, work from the beaches, and because that's the lifestyle I wanted. That's what I enjoyed, to be on the beaches making, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and, enjoy the waves, right? So you can create that life. You can, set yourself up if that's what you want, right? But it has to depend on what kind of work you do, and if you know yourself. So for me, I know. So I probably like party at a club 2-3 times a year. I don't get it. I don't wrap myself, or how can I say it? I don't go into that lifestyle because I know me. I know I'll get kind of like gravitating to that, and then my productivity will go down for me personally. But I have people, and I got business partners and friends that, they could go out and party and then work, do their meetings and do their business the next day. For me personally, that's not how I'm set up. So that's that self-awareness, knowing that, I do intermittent fasting. I'm just trying to give examples of self-awareness. So I do intermittent fasting, so I don't have food in the actual plate. I got, fruit and stuff like that. So I'm self-aware of myself. Just like, you don't need to be around certain, or like a drug addict knows that they don't need to be around drugs if they got an addiction, right?
Sure.
So in the work world, in the corporation world, just knowing yourself. If you need an office, get an office. If you can, be productive and do what you need to do, and be on the beaches of the world, then set yourself up to be like that.
For sure. Knowing yourself is huge. I mean, I think that's when people get the opportunity to work from anywhere, they also have the misconception that they could truly work from anywhere, but not everybody could work from anywhere, right? Like,
Right.
and I mean, it's good that you said, like, some people can go to clubs and socialize nonstop. Look, Lauren was raising her head when you said you only went to a club like twice in the last however long. Lauren was like, I just came back. Like, look at her. She's like, I just left.
I can work in a bar, and I have.
Like, but I mean, that's true. And I've learned in my journey in entrepreneurship, one of the things that I've learned is that entrepreneurship isn't even for everybody. And with this world that we have right now, we harp on people, own your life and do all these things, but like, that could ruin somebody's life, because there are things that have to be done mentally, and we're going to talk about, like planning and stuff like that. But there really are things that need to be done. And although we are a work from anywhere community, we're not a like anti-job community, just so you know. Like, I'm more of a multiple streams of income type of person. So I'm not saying don't have your job, please, because if you're smart, you understand that your network is everything, like we said at the very beginning. And when you have a job, guess what? You meet people that you wouldn't normally meet. You don't know who's going to be the person that can introduce you to your next amazing opportunity. And so one thing that I always want to be cautious of when I talk about this type of lifestyle is that we never bash a job, because it's not bad. Like, a job is what positioned me for things. Josh was fortunate enough that at a young age, he was introduced to entrepreneurship, but I didn't have that, right? Most of us didn't have that. And if you're in a place right now where you've got a full-time career and you like it, I'm not ever going to tell you that it's a bad idea. But what I will say is that you better always have something else. Like, that's one thing that I will always say, is that you better have something else along the way. So Lauren, go ahead. Psychologically, what did you have to do? Because you came from having jobs. You know, when I met you, I remember you were working at a car dealership hours and hours. I used to come sit with you at the car dealership, like
60 hours a week. Yes.
exactly. And so you went from that to the lifestyle that you have now. So like psychologically, what did you have to do for that?
I think because pretty much everything they said I agree with. One other aspect, and particularly when working from home, that I did was to prepare myself psychologically was create a workspace that evoked a healthy and productive atmosphere, where, because if I work at in the bed a lot of times, I could work till the next day. Like, I'm just in the bed. There's no cutoff times. There's no, I don't associate the bed with rest and sleep. I associate it with just, I could just work all day and the kids come in like, dang, we didn't eat. I'm like, whoops. So like having a separate space in the beginning for me, because sometimes you can do that once you master this whole thing, but having a separate space where this is the work zone, this is where I'm sitting up straight, my posture is good because I got a good seat, I'm not in the bed just curled over, just do all of that psychologically got me in the mood to like, let's get some work done because this is my workspace. So I think that that's the one thing that I can add to what everybody already said that I agree with already, is just having a space that can get you in that, because you can't go if you're not going in the office with everybody else, because I used to do sales jobs, so like, you know, being around that sales energy, you needed it around everybody. So like having that space in your own place to go and be like, all right, this is time to get to it. I think that psychologically helped me out a lot in the beginning.
For sure. No, that makes all the world. And I think that COVID even jacked that up for people, right? So people went from like, right, you're not working at home, you got to go to work. Now you're working from home and you're on your couch. And this happened to me. So I've had a work from home or work from anywhere kind of environment. But because of COVID, it was like, nah, you really going to stay at home for a while. And what I found out was like, I couldn't sit on my couch anymore, because when I looked at my couch, I associated it with work, and I'm like, no, I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like it really was messing me up. So having specific places definitely makes a huge difference as you're there. So what are some of the risks? I mean, you guys have been in this environment, some for longer than others. What do you think are the risks, so we can position everybody to understand what the risks are so that they can be prepared for that and not just be surprised? What are the risks associated with working from anywhere?
I think the biggest risk is probably not setting boundaries and not building a routine for yourself and absorbing your personal life into your work life, because I saw something like a meme that said the commute from work is 8 steps and I'm still late. Well, you shouldn't be because you still have to take time for yourself and make deposits into yourself into the morning, and still, even if it is 8 steps away, that you have set a clear placeholder between who you are, your home, and your work. Because if you really are at home the majority of the time, then it's 5:30 and you may have a pressing project, you may want to put in a little bit more time. Well, it's dinner time, it's 6, it's 6:30, it's 7, and now you have blurred the lines between your availability. And making that clear to your colleagues is very important, because productivity is said to be up around 77% of people who are now working from home, and that's great. Are you getting more work done along work hours, or are you spending more time on projects that you get done? You have to be able to honestly assess that. If you're getting paid salary, those extra hours, it can wait. If you're hourly, do your thing, assess it how it works best for you, but definitely be able to not let your personal life merge and blend into your work life to where it all becomes the same, because that does create a psychological barrier between your home becoming so many things. You become a prisoner of your home.
For sure.
And then we can't go outside and socialize as we used to, so it becomes a space where you get trapped into where you are.
Sure. Cool. What else? What are some of the other risks that you guys see?
Some of the risks, I feel like you said earlier, like entrepreneurship / working from home is not for everybody. Like, I think everybody thinks they can do it, but so you go from somebody over your shoulder all day on your back, your time, you got lunch breaks, that's exactly 60 minutes, a 15-minute, whatever, to going home. And then now you have 1,000%, not 1,000% freedom, because I know some people are watched like on the computer, but I mean, you sometimes people might think they were built for this lifestyle and then just get real comfortable and excited. They're at home and maybe start to slack off. You have a risk of falling off. Like when you had people on, on your shoulders, you would boom, boom, boom. Now you're at home, you made a mistake, start watching Days of Our Lives, Housewives of Atlanta, it ran over. Now you missed your comeback time. You might start to do that because you thought that you had that, go getter. I got it myself mentality, but you probably been so overworked for so long. Now you at home, you like, you know what? You filing for unemployment because I'd rather take my $200 and just sit here all day because you get that taste of just whatever because you work so hard when somebody's on you, as opposed to some people are like, I work better when you don't call me. What time is this due? It'll be done when you say whatever the time we discuss. Other than that, don't call me, and then it's done. I work better like that personally. Don't just tell me what you want and then go away. But some people need that that whip, and they find out the hard way and they fall off once they get home.
That's a good thing that you said, because I have a friend who's never maximizing her daytime. She's always talking about stuff that's on, just things that are happening during the day. I think that there's an effort to flaunt the ability to have the flexibility as opposed to actually doing the work. So then there's those people that are like, oh, I don't have to do it now. I can relax. I can do what I want to do. I'll do it later. You're going to wake up. It's the same daytime. It's the same habit that you develop. So I just wanted to put that in there because you made me think about that with what you said, and just being able to really be disciplined with the time that you're spending, because it is a non-renewable resource. You have to spend your time wisely.
Time management. I'm just tripping because Lauren, does Days of Our Lives still come on?
I'm just thinking about my grandma for some weird reason.
Well, why you gotta go to your grandma? I remember.
We used to watch that a long time ago. That's why I said Housewives. Never mind.
One of the things that one of the risks I will say what we've ran into over the last couple of years when we're in the RV is it's easy to keep working, especially as an entrepreneur. It's always something to do. It's always something that can be refined, an email campaign that can go out. And what we had to do is kind of the same with being managing your time, putting boundaries with work. It's also managing your time with boundaries. So putting work here and spending that quality time with your family. And that was one thing we had to build in, because even in the RV, I mean, we're traveling around. It's still too easy just to sit and like, oh, it's a nice view. I'm gonna keep on working here. So we built in time where we actually take a day off every other week to go do something, because we didn't do anything over the weekends. I actually like sitting on my butt on the weekends and doing nothing, no computer. So it's just being very clear on when, stop working, actually go spend time with your family, do the self-care, and actually having a social life. It can be really easy to kind of get into work mode and just put everybody else to the side and not go out for happy hour and things like that anymore.
Always go to happy hour.
Yes, I'm happy hour.
No, that was great. And that is the risk of not enjoying the journey, right? So, even this year I was like, man, I gotta pop some bottles more this year. I was like, let me at least once a month, let me, get the biggest section wherever I'm gonna be at, right? Just to enjoy the journey, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, enjoying the journey and being productive. So, but that is the risk if you're, locked in, focused. I never been in corporate world, so it's pretty much I don't look at it from a 5-day work week, 2-day off. I never lived my life like that in my adult life. So it's more so, achievement, and then I may celebrate, right? But I try to celebrate only when I have an achievement. I don't just celebrate to just be celebrating, right? And then what happens is your brain has a dopamine effect when you achieve something.
Yeah.
and then now they want to achieve more. So you mix productivity with, you know, you mix fun, a dopamine effect in your brain with productivity. So that's, you know, for the people who are like locked in, that'll be the risk. Like she was saying, just not having a social life, not and leaving your loved ones in the back burner, like with time wise. So, you know, your biggest asset is your time, and especially with your loved ones, right? So you want to enjoy the journey as well, and not, you know, not be so locked in. You can't make time with it for them.
For sure. I think that you guys are all pretty much on the same page with saying, like, you got to enjoy what you're doing, but you have to be disciplined to live this lifestyle. If you want this lifestyle for real, you got to be a disciplined person and creating a schedule for yourself. I mean, that's everything. You gotta live and die by your schedule, because it's just so weird that the more time we have, the less you get done. Like if somebody says you need to get this done in 30 days, you'll take all 30 days to get it done. But if somebody told you have 3 hours to do it, you'll get it done in those 3 hours. And so, you know, it's managing that and understanding that, like you said, time is that's a non-renewable resource. You can't get more of it. And so you got to be able to enjoy yourself along the way. And if you're a high accomplishment, high driven type of individual, that's a hard balance. That is a very hard balance for you to be able to have. So what do you guys do as you, like, how do you, first of all, let me do this. Tell us what you do. I didn't even have everybody do that. Like, tell me, because I gave like a little broad version of you, but tell people what you do so they can say, oh, that's working from anywhere. What does that look like for you, Felicia? What do you do?
I am the lead researcher and founder of a company called I Find You Clothes. So I actually go out and research and find speaking opportunities for people to get on stage. My husband makes video games, so we don't have any kids. We just have a dog and a kayak. So that's what we do. And one of the things that I've had to do to control my time, I just hired a project manager to tell me to get off my butt and work. So that's the only way it works for me sometimes, because I will read a romance novel for about 10 hours.
It's like my daughter, like literally. It's not romance though, but sure.
Yeah.
All right, Josh, what do you do? We're going to come back to Josh.
So
Shanique, what do you do?
I'm an OnlyFans.
Oh, okay. Sorry, go ahead. What did you just say, Josh? Hold on, wait. It came. Hold on, it just came in.
I'm an OnlyFans. I'm an OnlyFans superstar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but do it again.
Y'all can't hear me?
We didn't hear you. Do it again.
Oh man. Can you hear me now, loud and clear?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hello? All right, cool. I was just joking around. I just like to make y'all laugh and stuff like that. So, is the Wi-Fi?
No, go. Just talk.
Can y'all hear me?
Just go. Talk.
All right, cool. Got you. So I own 5 companies, and it's a real estate investing and management company, and under that company is a portfolio of a lot of Airbnbs. So I have a lot of Airbnbs and manage them, and and have a lot myself. And so that's been on autopilot for years, been on automation for years. And then I own a consulting company where I teach entrepreneurs how to not only build their business they're passionate about, but how to have a passive income with Airbnbs and real estate, growing while they're building their business or their job or working their job of passion. So another company is a transportation company with rental cars and fleets transition to box and freight, and have that automated. And then I'm a network marketing leader because that was the industry that I started out with, and gave me some skills and to get residual income. And then I'm a majority owner of a credit restoration and trade line company, and I don't do anything with it, but I partnered. I pretty much bought it out. So those are the companies that I own, and right now I'm big in just helping people with Airbnb and helping people have a portfolio of automated passive income that comes in while
It's like
they build their businesses, while they
okay, Trinique, I can't, Josh, I can't. It's like I'm like the way I'm set up.
I wonder if
Yeah, turn your camera. Maybe that'll help. You just almost like I literally
can you hear me
went
now?
out of my skin and came back. Yeah, that was good. It's Trinique's turn. Trinique, go.
Hey, so I'm Trinique Empower. I am an entertainment and lifestyle writer, publicist, and marketer turned healthcare marketer. So I do have a 9 to 5. I went from entrepreneurship to still doing that, but also having a 9 to 5. So I understand the balance of entrepreneurship and the 9 to 5 life. But also, I have become an advocate of sisterhood, success, and self care in that same right, by which advocating for women to have it all. We don't have to choose whether we want to be mothers or, have a business or corporate climbers. We can do whatever it is that we want to do. And that is what I advocate for, and being able to network with others and also prioritize our self care. So that is what I do. Thank you for the mic pass, and I give it to Lauren.
Awesome.
Hello. So I am a realtor with the Joel Home Team. We're brokered by EXP Realty, which is a cloud-based real estate company, which is why I joined. So I haven't been to a building in like so long. We meet online virtually with our avatars in our little world, so I can work from anywhere. I also co-own a cosmetics brand, Lauren Marie Cosmetics, which is an e-commerce business. So everything's online. We can run it anywhere. And I am also a content creator and I guess social media influencer. I don't know what they call it these days. It's always a different name. So I love supporting small businesses, up and coming brands, other people's cosmetics, health products, fashion. I just love just learning about small businesses and all their struggles and just promoting and sharing, especially stuff that other people wouldn't even touch. It just gives me joy to do that for other people. And I do a little modeling, trying to get into a little acting. Yeah, that's just one of my little like dreams since I was a kid. So I'm gonna do it, even though don't laugh when y'all see some stuff coming out, but it was a dream come true for me, so it's all good. And that's it. And we do our rehearsals on Zoom right now. So yay.
That's I have to say that I want to talk to you. This isn't in fashion or beauty, but I have a taco seasoning. If you love Taco Tuesday,
yummy.
I would love to give you both some taco seasoning. That is my passion and my love. I forgot to bring that up. 810 tacos, but I got you both.
Yes.
See, look at that. See, it's like,
so I can't hook him up, but I got y'all.
Josh, go ahead. You said go ahead. You said to call you. I'm calling on you. Go ahead, Josh. I'm giving you another shot. I'm giving you another. I got 4 seconds, Josh. No?
Josh, just leave your OnlyFans link in the comment section. We got it.
All right, so Josh, we can hear you now, but it's a struggle. And the way I'm set up, I'm like fast twitch. I'm about to go nuts. No. Okay. So we can't hear you, Josh. But
yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, we can hear you. Okay, so we're gonna leave Josh. So
yeah,
I do want to say this for Josh. I do want to say I did take his Airbnb class, and I have 4 Airbnbs that I got within like 40 days. So he does show you how to automate it very well. And I had a crazy schedule, and I still was able to squeeze that bad boy in. And so definitely amazing. Let me ask this, and then we'll kind of like end this bad boy out. How did you guys get started? because I think that that's the biggest thing for people is like, how do I even jump into it? You know, if you have a passion, like what are the steps that you need to take to go ahead and just say, all right, now I can do it?
I'll start. As far as we're talking about how to get started working from anywhere, the thing that I did was I actually took an early retirement. I was a scientist for the Navy, so I took an early retirement and was able to start my business on my own 7 years ago. And since my husband was always working from home, we just kind of got more and more into like, all right, not let's just travel and do the work from the road. So me starting my business, him still working his 9 to 5, we were able to blend that. We got an RV in 2018, and we just decided to spend a few months at a time on the road, working while I was doing speaking gigs, traveling around the United States. That's basically how we got started. And our next level of the journey, we actually just bought a yacht. So I'm going to be working from the ocean now. So I'm looking forward to it.
My number is 313-452-1922. So when
you
you need
all
somebody,
are welcome.
yeah, when you need somebody to come on your yacht, I'm in. I am down for it. Let's see, Josh. I'm gonna see if it works without the camera.
Nice.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give you one more shot. I'm gonna give you one more. This is the last one. That's all I got.
I know, man. Sorry, I don't know what's up. I got the high Wi-Fi, but
It's good.
can you hear me?
It's good right now. Yeah, it's perfect now. Do your thing.
Perfect. So y'all didn't even hear what I did you?
Yeah, we did. We heard what you did.
So ask the question one more time, Hadi.
Okay. So how did somebody get started? Like, how'd you get started? How'd you get started in all of this? Like, give us what are the couple things that you did to get you into a space where you could work from anywhere?
Well, I started in the network marketing industry. That industry is what, got me aware of leverage and residual income. So, that's what did it for me. Is it messing up again?
No, you're good.
Okay. So I got started in that. That exposed me to residual and leverage. And after that, I diversified and started investing in more automated streams and researching and just learning what's long-term passive income streams. And that's how I got involved with real estate and rental arbitrage and Airbnb and stuff like that. So that's how I got started. But that's a surface level answer. How I got started really is have desire, take educated risk, and don't be scared to take chances. A lot of people let fear run their life, and fear holds you back. It gives you limitations. So that's how I got involved. Just being a natural entrepreneur, risk taker, and making mistakes. That's what most people avoid. That's what most people don't share, and that's what most people don't post. Right? You don't post when you're down bad online. It's like you always post the wins, but you got to make mistakes to get where you want to get to.
Good job. We should have did that earlier, Josh. I liked all of that. Thank you, Chanique.
I'm muted. So how did I get started? Well, I do have a 9 to 5, so my job is completely virtual, and that's how I got started by looking for what works for me. I'm not going to the office. My team is actually based in New York City, and I'm in Atlanta. One of the things that inspired me to even consider a job so far away was that other jobs in other cities pay more. If you have a problem with how much you're getting paid where you are, then look at other cities who have the budget and the consideration to pay you differently. So I don't get paid Atlanta money. for my job. Okay, so that's one way I got started. The second way you get started on the entrepreneurial side is to, again, know how you work best. I also have a WeWork membership because I can't work in my space. Even in college, I just couldn't even study in my dorm. I was always in the library. So I really like those clear distinctions between being able to, work here. I don't have a TV in my room. I have a TV in the living room. This is for living. That is for sleeping. Outside is for working. And then this is my place of refuge. So I create spaces where I can be productive. And even if you don't want to expend that money on a workspace, you can even literally plot out places nearby, become a regular, support a local business. It's easy to get started that way by just partaking in business, even so much right now as things are, on the fringe of being open or closed. You coming in and being a regular and buying a $10 lunch or $5 coffee can really make a difference for a small business owner. So getting started as an entrepreneur, as Lauren said, building your systems and building a routine is very important for you to get started on the entrepreneurial side.
It's good. Good. So Lauren, how'd you get started, boo?
So at the time, I was working a terrible, terrible, terrible job, 60 hours a week. So I ended up joining a network marketing company. And I think like for 2 years, I didn't watch TV. I only listened to like motivational stuff in the car, educational stuff on the radio. And after those 2 years, it's the craziest thing. Like what you put inside of your head and in front of your eyes really just makes a difference. And depending on where you're from, if you're you may not be exposed to a lot. So getting exposed to a different way of thinking and a different, it just changes your mentality. If you're the type of person to absorb, like if you really want something different and then you start understanding it and knowing there's other people out there that have the same mindset as you, it just started just changing me. Like, why am I just doing the same old thing every day? Like, I'm already like a super Capricorn, go-getter, not scared to take risks person. So it's like loading yourself up with all of that stuff. It's like you just ready to fire. You ready to shoot some stuff up because you just loaded. So I remember just like my kids were just grown out of nowhere. And I'm like, they have everything, but I'm not there. And it just made me feel like I need to do something different. And that's what made me decide. I think one day somebody came in and said something the wrong way to me. And I was like, yeah, I'm out. And they're like, what are you doing? I'm clearing the, I had money saved up. And I'm like, I had that attitude, like that all or nothing Grant Cardone, like, and I mean, it didn't turn out like Grant Cardone, but I'm on my journey still. But the thing is, I just felt more peaceful. I felt like, just like I said, watching all the motivational stuff where people have failed so many times.
Yeah.
And the only time you lose is when you quit. So it's like I was already mentally prepared to take L's. I was mentally prepared knowing like I'm going to be down sometimes, for sure. But if you just don't stop, you'll be okay. And that's what's been keeping me going. Like listening to Jim Carrey stories and Starbucks, how many times, 300 times they were denied a loan to get started. And now look at them. They're on every corner. So I just put that type of stuff in my mind. And I keep a lot of stuff to myself because, people don't understand you. They're just sitting there like, girl, you crazy as heck. You better go get that job down at Dunkin' Donuts and get you a free coffee. And I'm like, girl, get out my face. So it's like, that's how I got started with just like getting fed up with the regular old stuff. And just knowing, like, if I'm gonna bet on anything, I'm gonna bet on myself.
That's
so
right.
And then knowing your why, keeping that in front of you, figuring out your approach. What are you gonna do? A telecommute job, or are you gonna do some freelancing? Knowing how much I was gonna have to spend every single month. We stopped eating steaks. Kids like, Mom, can we get a ribeye? Like, you can get this New York strip. Like you just had to make little changes and just always constantly feeding yourself motivation because you can be up today and then next thing you know tomorrow you're just like, dang. So just constantly keeping that in your head and that never give up attitude. Just don't give up. No matter what you do, just don't give up, because I swear it's like you could just be right there at the tip of your breakthrough. And
That's
then
right.
be the day you just say, nah, I'm done. It's like you just gotta always have that in the front of your head. Stuff is gonna mess up, but guess what? Keep going, keep going. But is that the question? But that's how I got started going into my own thing. And then your gift makes room for you. You know, I don't know how I just started doing the stuff I was doing. I just had faith, and I just started having people reach out to me and wanting to, and then I created, my little what was my thing? I think at one point I was like, I created an invoice, right? It was generic, and I just started sending them out to people, and people started paying them, and then I was like, dang, this is a thing, and then it just grew from there. So I think just having faith, knowing your why, and never giving up is. Did I answer the question?
Yes, you answered the question. Felicia's dying. So this is my daily conversations with Lauren, like, right?
I heart Lauren. I love Lauren.
Right? No, but what all of them basically were saying was that, like, you just kind of got to do it, right? Nobody said the exact same thing. They didn't say I did this exact same thing and this is what happened, but part of it was mindset. We talked about that at the very beginning. So it's your mindset behind it. It doesn't mean that you have to quit everything. Shanique still has her full-time career, right? So your story doesn't have to look the same, but I think it's very important that you write down the things that you love, like you like that you see somebody else doing that you would like to do. I think what a hurdle that people will have is they think, well, there's other people doing it. That stops people. That literally will stop you from going and trying to do something. But you got to know there's a lot of people that are doing the same thing, but yours will be different. It's just you going out there. And so we're going to end this. I'm going to give you guys 30 seconds apiece to say whatever you want to say to leave people with. Know this. We're going to make sure in the swag bag, everybody gets stuff from you. So if there's like more that you want to give, you'll be able to do that. You also will have your own room. And so you can allow people to learn more from you. And guys, when we're talking about these different rooms, you're literally going to have specific time with these speakers where you can learn the different things that they have. Now, some of them might end up having courses that they sell. Some of them will just have like random conversations, but it'll allow you to have access. And to me, access is more important than anything. Because most people want to get a network, but they don't have access. Like, I want to learn how to do this, but I don't know anybody that's doing it. Like, I don't want to go to find somebody on YouTube. And that's what this community will provide, is a lot of access. And so I will give you guys, a couple of seconds to go ahead and give any last words that you have. And we were going to wrap this bad boy up.
I'll start. I will say, whatever you do, start designing your work and your life around the things that make you happy, period. If it's not making you happy, go find something else to do.
Perfect.
I'll say, because Heidi, you just brought this up, to anybody who needs to hear this, if you have an idea, a business that you want to do, or something that you've always wanted to do, but everybody else is already doing it and the market is oversaturated, just know that, like I said, your gift will make room for you. People buy from people they like and they trust and they love. So just you being you will set yourself apart from anything anybody else is doing. And word of mouth is so important. There's so many businesses out here that are just terrible customer service to people. And just you being a nice, sweet person you are, they would rather come buy from you. So just if you have an idea, just put yourself out there. I mean, do your research, but I'm saying just take that chance and do the thing that you love. That's it.
Perfecto.
Nice. I'm gonna say, make sure you got strong Wi-Fi when you try to come on a virtual summit.
Oh my
God. Y'all missing out on the goods, man, but it's all good. I got really good gifts for you guys. I'm doing a free Airbnb masterclass for Color Me World. So, in the swag bag, you will get there. I'll share how I made over $1 million the last couple of years with Airbnb investing while building my other companies and traveling the world. So I'm gonna break that down. But I'm gonna leave with this. Get out of your head, right? Understand that time is changing. Old ways don't work anymore. And if you don't adjust with the times, you'll be left behind. That's a little brutal, like encouragement word, but it's reality, right? So adjust with the times. See y'all soon.
We get everybody? No, Chanique, give us your last word. Whatever it is that you want to leave the people with, what they need from you, girl.
Lastly, I want to say is that you can have it all. You can work from anywhere. You can be a great mom. I just began homeschooling last week. Wow, I can do it. You can do it all. Trust in your networks. Don't be afraid to ask for help. And that moment where you feel like it's overwhelming or it's too much, like Lauren said earlier, find ways to motivate yourself, inspire yourself, put some things around you that give you the good feelings that you need to continue to move forward. But you can do it. It's completely possible. But do not isolate yourself on that journey.
I love it. I love it. And so everybody that is watching live, please give this amazing panel a round of applause, guys. I'm more inspired to go get more stuff done, and that's what I love about. I love being around people that think bigger, faster, and stronger than me. I love being around people that are doing things completely different than I am. And I'm grateful to be able to say that you guys are a part of our community and that you're going to inspire so many people to do so many amazing things because you just took that first step to get into it. So thank you, beautiful queens and king. We appreciate you, and we'll look forward to what you give us in the swag bag so we can learn more about you. And more importantly, we look forward to or spending time with you guys in your rooms in Color Me World. So I'll see you guys later. Bye. All right. So we're going to go into our next piece. Let's see. Our next piece that we have is a little bit more entertainment. I need the breaks of entertainment. And I'm so excited to have this beautiful queen come up here. This is a young lady that I've known for years, but I didn't even know that she has been in her craft since she was 2. So over 30 years, she has been in this craft where she's been singing. Now, when I met her, I didn't know, number one, that she even sang. I knew she had been in the military, and so I didn't see like the warm, welcoming spirit. I just saw like a girl that's nice, but she had been in the military. Do we understand what that means, right? So she is disciplined, goes to get her stuff done and calls it a day. And so we never really were able to like have a real relationship. And these last 2 years, we've developed a sisterhood. And I've admired the queen that she is, but most importantly, what I've really admired is the queen that I see her walking into. I consistently see her empowering people. Every single Saturday, she does a morning call to get your mind right, to get your life right. It is completely and totally raw, and it gives you what you need to push you through the next couple of days and maybe even the week. I've also been blessed to be able to see her become a Mrs. And so I was able to see her walk down the aisle. And what was the coolest part about that is that she sang down the aisle. She literally walked down the aisle singing a song to her soon-to-be husband. It was absolutely beautiful on the beaches of the world, which is where we love to be. And so without further ado, I'm excited to introduce you to the serial entrepreneur, but she's also she's a hairstylist, but on top of that, she owned a salon. So she was good in that space. And now she is more of a work from anywhere entrepreneur. Right. So she's learned the importance of residual income. Her and her husband have multiple businesses in the Cleveland area. But what I love about her the most is that she always taps into what makes her soul completely and totally happy. And that is singing. And so without further ado, I'm excited to introduce you to Miss Chanel Angelique.
Hi, Heidi. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I just love your whole life. Thank you so much for that introduction. So I just want to kind of give a brief intro to the song that I'm going to sing. I wrote this song in 2015 at a point where I was overworked, I was single, and I was actually one of those girls that was like, okay, I think I'm somewhat attractive and I think I got a lot going for myself. So why is it not working out for me? And this song is more so based on self-esteem, because I know that we are entrepreneurs, we have jobs, we have husbands, we have wives, we have lives. But the one thing that will keep us productive in any area of our lives is making sure that we are gentle with ourselves and we maintain that high self-esteem. So I just wanted to explain that before I start. Let me get this going really quick.
Before you get started, are you able to move your camera just a little bit back so that we can see your face a little bit more?
Yes.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. All right. So the name of this song is called Diamond. And all right, can you guys hear that? You're a diamond. The only thing that should be low on her is her clarity. But the main thing that is low on her is her self-esteem. You want a man so bad to fill that missing gap. But then God looked right at me and said, you won't get a ring, not until you realize you are the diamond, you are the diamond, girl, you are the girl, you are the diamond. So keep on shining, so keep on shining, girl, you are the girl, you are the diamond. You cry yourself to sleep at night. No one ever told you that love was right inside. You don't want to be the queen of depression's dynasty, no. You won't get that royal crown, not until you realize you are the diamond, you are the diamond, girl, you are the girl, you are the diamond. So keep on shining, so keep on shining, girl, you are the girl, you are the diamond. All the pressure that you've been through, it was God simply molding you into a diamond, into a diamond. Girl, you are the girl, you are the diamond. So keep on shining, so keep on shining. Girl, you are the girl, you are the diamond. So go cut diamonds, so go cut diamonds. Girl, you are the girl, you are the diamond. So go cut diamonds, so go cut diamonds. Girl, you are the girl, you are the diamond. So keep on shining. So keep on shining. Ooh. Thank you.
I love it. Clap.
Love you guys.
Thank you so much, Chanel. Angelique, we could follow Chanel. Chanel, tell everybody your Instagram so they know where to follow you.
So it's at Chanel Angelique, ChanelAngelique.
Love it. I love it. She's absolutely amazing. She's on YouTube. On I don't know all the other stuff, so you got to tell me all the other stuff. You're on YouTube or any of the other stuff that I should be telling them?
Yeah, so I have 3 albums out. So they're all 3 on iTunes, Spotify, and a whole bunch of other live streaming events. Did you mention YouTube?
I think so, but I don't know if what I said. It's just Chanel Angelique on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, it's the same on every social media site, every live streaming site, and everything. So yep, that's how you can find me.
Perfecto. Well, thank you, Queen. And you are more than a diamond. Know that you are more than a diamond. And I love and appreciate you. I feel grateful to be able to do life with you.
I love you as well. And I feel the same way. Thank you.
Right, bye, Queen. Wasn't that great? It feels so good because I've been on so many online summits, and it's always like info. And I just need like a little break every now and again. I need something to like give me a little bit of life. And I love being able to celebrate people and their artistic talents, because that's actually an area that I don't have a whole lot of those, right? And so I'm excited that you're able to see that. And we're going to end the day out, guys. And has this been a powerful day for you? If you've found value in anything, let me know value. Let me know let me know like a person or maybe a nugget that you grabbed from today, you know, before we go into our keynote and then we'll end the day out. I just want to have a little bit of interaction from you to see like, what was it? Because for me, it's been everything. Like it's everything for me, you know, from the very first talk that we had to each one of the panels to even having technical difficulties because it went so perfect with the panel that we're on, the Work From Anywhere panel, to every single one of the performers that we have, spoken word, to rapping, and then to be able to sing. It's just all of those are just building up, you know, to our keynote speaker who I've actually known for a lot of years, but didn't get close to her until really probably 6 months ago. You know, and it's crazy how your life you'll be around people that you need in your life, but you won't quite know when that time is. And our time happened towards the end of last year. And I knew of her. Like I knew the things that she had done. I had heard that she was super educated. I knew that she was a leader in Africa, and both of my parents are from West Africa. And so, you know, there was an attachment because of that. Actually, I even remember she came to one of our events that we had in our network marketing company. I remember seeing her and saying, "Hey, girl, hey." And at that time, she was actually going to Harvard or about to go to Harvard. And I didn't know that. I never like really dove into it. And then I got to spend time with her. And, you know, people have tons of accolades, and that's cool. And I love to be around people that are very accomplished. But one of the things that is important for me when I deal with people is that they don't only have accolades and accomplishments, but they have a pure heart. That is huge for me. Like, I don't want to be around people that are just winning in life, but they aren't good people. No, I don't want that. I want a circle of influential individuals. They're powerful, they're God fearing, but on top of that, they have pure hearts and they have a servant leader heart where they know something. They're not like, I'm not going to tell, I'm going to hold it, but they're like, let me share it with you. And that is this queen right here. And so I was blessed to be able to spend, like, literally, we spent a whole week together. Went from not really knowing each other to, I mean, we're obviously all or nothing type of people. We went out of town together. And you know, you learn the most from somebody when you spend multiple days with them,
Yes.
all day, every day, good and bad. You get to see, like, is this somebody I really want to deal with in life? And I realized that she is a sister to me, you know. So outside of being a Harvard graduate, outside of just recently being named a CFO, and she just talked to you guys about her company, outside of all of those things, you guys are going to be blessed to hear from somebody that is a kind-hearted soul that wants you to win just as much as you want you to win. And that is exactly what the Color Me World community is about. And so without further ado, I'm so excited to reintroduce you guys to Miss Farai.
Oh, you are too kind, too generous, just always gracious, just always just really giving. You give your platform, you give of yourself, and I appreciate you. I'm always inspired, and I'm always challenged to becoming my better self when I'm around you. I truly draw so much energy from you. I draw so much inspiration, and just seeing you, both the public side of your life and the private side of your life, how they mirror each other. Who you see publicly is who you are privately. And I think that is such a rare quality in people. So thank you so much, Hadiatu.
Yes.
Thank you so much to Charisma and to my fellow panelists. The opening key note speaker, Jessie, who just, I was like, oh my goodness, taking notes ferociously, just enjoying her and where she's come from and just the similarities in our journeys, even though she's in the movement and physical like you, very athletic. But certainly, you know, the universe has a way of using wherever we are, using life lessons. And so people are growing at times, you know, at the same time, but, you know, in different parts. So I really thank you so much. I thank the performers, Andre and Mahogany Jones. I don't know if I've lost you. There you are. There you are. And of course, the reason why we're all here, thank you to the entire Color Me World community. Thank you, guys. You have rocked with us since what time? What 2:00 p.m. up till now. You guys are the real MVP. So I really want to thank you guys for just hanging on and for participating in the various panels, taking the information that's necessary to take you to the next level in 2022. And I truly hope that you all have had a great jumpstart to 2022. I know it's still January, so I still affirm people with compliments of the new year, compliments of the new season. So happy new year to everyone. Happy new year. I know I spent December 31st, 2021 with Hadiatu and a team of women just working and pounding our way and working out what 2022 looks like. And I love the fact that even today was planned out on that day. She was already mapping out what this day would look like, it would feel like, it would, just everything. So really happy new year to everyone. And earlier in the summit, actually, I appreciate you, Hadiatu. You actually challenged us and you asked us to take 3 deep breaths. And so as we close out the summit, I just also want us to take a collective deep breath and inhale gratitude to acknowledge that we made it through this pandemic. We're still surviving the pandemic because it's not over, unfortunately, because it is January 22nd and still, 2022, and it's still, the pandemic. And we're actually live on the Color Me World Digi Summit. So really taking in profuse gratitude that we are alive and that we have a chance to thrive and to flourish. It's so important to really be in the now. And I didn't think I was going to mention this, but I heard Charisma mention losing a son, I believe she mentioned. And one of my favorite thespians and actresses in the world, Regina King, lost her son yesterday. And so, as we take in gratitude, I would like for us to send her love, prayers and thoughts in her time, in a very difficult time in her life. She's a Black woman who's really a change agent and really at the front of innovation in terms of really shaping the narrative around us. So really just wrap her with loving thoughts. She's going to need it in the coming days, weeks, and months, and even years. So just wanted to mention that. So as a woman of Christian faith, I've also been praying for the summit, but most importantly for you, the participants, the speakers, and obviously our conveners, Hadiatu and Charisma, and all your loved ones. We just celebrated Martin Luther King Jr. Day this past Monday. And for those that are streaming from outside of the United States, it is a federal holiday here in the US that marks and celebrates the birth of Martin Luther King Jr. It is observed on the third Monday of January of each year, even though Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.'s actual birthday was on January 15th, 1929. I mention and I highlight him because I truly believe that the dream still lives on with each and every one of us. And showing up to the summit is to get empowered, to get transformed, and to get connected is a testament to what he envisioned for us and for our generation. So I don't take his aspirations lightly, and neither do I take this gathering of this quality, of this magnitude lightly. Just as a background, just wanted to talk about the fact that the COVID-19 crisis and the political and economic and social disruption it has caused is fundamentally changing the traditional context of decision making for all of us leaders. We are all leaders in various capacities, but I really want to frame the idea that you are a leader as it pertains to our careers. So you're a leader in your career, families, our relationships, how we travel, how we live, where we live, and how we play and where we play. And so as leaders, innovators, change agents, as disruptors like yourselves, you're finding we're finding ourselves at a historic crossroad, essentially managing short-term pressures against mid-term to long-term uncertainties. Let me repeat, as leaders, as disruptors, as change agents, as innovators, we are having to manage short-term pressures against medium to long-term uncertainties. I don't have to repeat to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the headlines that plague us daily and that bombard us daily, despair, death, loss, trauma, that dominate the external world. So as we enter this unique window of opportunity to shape the recovery from what is a protracted pandemic, I'd like to offer some insights that may be useful in informing all you leaders, you innovators, in determining the future of your careers, your families, companies. Some of you are determining the direction of national economies, the priorities of societies, the communities where you live, the nature of business models, really disrupting old business models and introducing new business models, as we've seen with cryptocurrency and seeing, what we're doing in various industries. And essentially offer an exploration on what collaboration and cooperation between all stakeholders looks like in building a new social contract that honors the dignity of every human being. And I believe Black and brown women truly are at the forefront of this, being able to come up with ways that really affirm all peoples. A little about myself. I'm really honored to, it is truly a privilege and an honor to serve you in the capacity of closing keynote speaker. I am Teresa Gundan's first born daughter, a South African woman, Xhosa to be exact. Tata Nelson Mandela of South Africa was Xhosa, just for context. My mother placed a premium on education, ensuring that my younger sister, who lives in Canada, and myself obtained the best education that Zimbabwe, my birth country, had to offer. So from an early age, I knew that as a Black African woman, education would be a tremendous tool for my growth. And so I would like to, and from there, left Zimbabwe, came to the United States in pursuit of tertiary education, getting my undergrad in Wisconsin, and then my MBA from the great institution that is Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, Florida, and then obviously my master's in public administration from Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So I'd like to share with you 3 fundamentals that I think would help close this summit, but also put perspective to where we are and possibly where help us in navigating the path forward. The first one is pivot, pivot, pivot. I know as a young global leader with the World Economic Forum, last year, the theme was a great reset, and had been reflecting on that particular theme. And for me, I felt it was flawed. I think the pandemic has not offered us a reset. It has offered us an opportunity to pivot, and to pivot in ways that could be quite remarkable if we allow, if we do the work and we allow the transformation and the change to take place. So a little about my background in the way of explaining the pivot, the first fundamental, which is pivot. I started in corporate America consulting for, my client was a big 3 auto company in Michigan, and I was working as a consultant for a big 4 accounting firm, traveling across the NAFTA region. So I was traveling across Canada, US, and Mexico. So travel is certainly not new to me. It's something that's woven in the fabric of my career, of my life. It's the life that I've designed for myself. So I was able to travel and really helping companies becoming more efficient and more profitable. However, I was not happy. I was making money, yes. I was traveling and seeing the United States. I was seeing Canada. I was seeing Mexico, etc. I was also traveling to Europe and Africa. However, I was not happy. My 9 to 5 just did not bring me joy. I didn't feel I was making an impact. And in her opening remarks, Jessie mentioned, and she challenged us. She asked the question, what is your relationship to change? And that is something that I had to deal with back then when I was working as a management consultant. My changeability, your relationship with letting people go, letting things go, letting situations go, letting jobs go, letting things that are not ideal for you, and really taking a deep dive, but internally, and going in and saying, when I show up at work, does this bring me joy? Am I giving my best to this job, and is it giving me joy? And I certainly wasn't. I was meeting all the metrics, job performance metrics. However, I felt I was not contributing in a way that I felt my maker had made me. So for me, it actually took appearing on the Oprah Winfrey show and having an amazing exchange with her on her national show that brought about the change. For I think a good 10 to 15, 20 minutes max, I had an amazing exchange on Oprah Winfrey on the show that was aired nationally. And then they subsequently put the particular clip on her website, Oprah.com. And so that lived on there for a while. And that's when I had my aha moment that the ability to engage a master communicator and really lock her into a conversation that was very close to my heart, which was educating a Black woman, educating an African child, what that meant to the world. And so that went viral. And as a result, I had a few producers from California calling me to actually cover some red carpets. So what I did was during the weekend, I would fly out to LA and I would cover red carpets. And Monday to Friday, I would do my work as a management consultant. So it was not easy, but it was necessary. And at that time, I was also working on my exit strategy. So now I was beginning to do the work of pivoting. I knew then that I had a call for media. I enjoyed media. And specifically for me, media meant, as I grew into the field, it meant working on the narrative, shaping the narrative on the continent of Africa, where I'm originally from. That really brought me a lot of joy. So fast forward to the pandemic. So what the pandemic has done now is it's forcing change and forcing us to pivot in ways that we had not imagined, right? So really, whatever you were holding on to that no longer served you or served your best interest or your highest self, the pandemic was really helping us to confront that and ask those questions and say, is it time for me to let go? I was able to do it back then, and I've continued to do so. I'm not new to pivoting. Pivoting is very necessary, particularly for our survival. And as you grow as an individual, pivoting is quite necessary. And it's important to realize that you have the answer to that. You know yourself better than most. The second point that I'd like to bring up is sitting with yourself, your thoughts, your emotions, and your feelings. So for me, before the pandemic, I was 100% travel. I was out of the United States at least once a month. I was doing consulting work on the continent. So I focused primarily on communications and strategy work, particularly working with high net worth individuals, high profile individuals, governments, and companies. And that came as a result of the work that I was doing for Forbes, particularly, where I was focused on writing for Forbes here in the US, but focused on the continent of Africa, chronicling the lives of Africa's billionaires, but really understanding their businesses. So I really came to a position where I was able to tell our stories from our perspective, how we see ourselves, which was quite important. And so I was constantly on a plane somewhere to a country outside of the US, and quite frankly had mastered the art of long haul flights. I remember actually flying from the US. I think I must have flown from Detroit to Atlanta to Johannesburg to Cape Town, because I was going to a birthday gala. I had a client in South Africa who had invited me for a birthday celebration. Very, very fancy, very, very nice. So arrived mid-morning, had a yacht party, and then a gala in the evening, which I did, checked into my room, joined the festivities, the gala, and then the next morning I caught a flight to China to attend the World Economic Forum, the summer Davos meeting, and I was in that part of the world for about 2 weeks. And then I flew back to the US. I stopped over in Detroit, switched bags, and then flew over to New Orleans for the Essence Music Festival, and then back to Detroit. Really, no sweat. To me, I was doing without, batting any eyelids. And as a matter of fact, I wanted to show you guys that these my passports. I actually have 3, which is, a topic for another day, but really designing a life that allows you to travel. And so for me, the ease of travel. So pre-pandemic, I mean, I was just in and out of countries as needed, and just really wanting the flexibility and the freedom. But what I didn't realize then was that I was suppressing a lot of the discontent that was beginning to build up. And so the pandemic put a hard stop on my global travels and really confronted me to, really forced me to confront my deepest thoughts, my deepest fears, my feelings, my emotions, but in a really healthy and productive way. I enlisted the help of a therapist. Yes, it's okay to get a therapist, to go for therapy. It is quite okay. It is quite okay. This whole notion of strong Black woman, no, it is quite okay. I sought the help of a therapist. I wanted it to be healthy and productive for me. I also had a spiritual mentor. I have 2, one in California and one in Dallas. And because for me, I needed to marry what I was experiencing with the Word of God. I really, at the end of the day, that's my final authority. And so that's what I worked on during the pandemic. I worked with these individuals. And because I couldn't travel, I was really forced to confront a lot of the issues that I had not been able to deal with because of my constant in and out of the country, constant busyness. We get so busy. So the gift that came with the pandemic was this ability to really go internal. And Jesse actually spoke to that, being still. And for me, my stillness comes early in the morning when I'm by myself and I'm able to confront Farai and everything that comes with being Farai, and really looking at the feelings, the emotions, and the thoughts and the attitudes, and really beginning to unpack in a really healthy way, in a loving way, so then I could show up in ways that I wanted to show up that would benefit not only myself, my mother, my sister, my family, but also the communities that I serve, the people that I serve, also the country that I serve, the countries that I serve, and the continent that I serve. I'm deeply passionate about the continent. And so I've wanted to make sure that I was working on myself so that I reflect the Africa that I believe people should be able to experience and witness. And so I did that. And part of it is meant a lot of journaling, confronting the issues that I suppressed, writing down my thoughts, my feelings, as I've mentioned, and emotions as I've meditated, looking at situations to uncover feelings and thoughts and emotions, and really understanding where were they emanating from, and asking myself hard questions like, how do you show up and why do you show up this way? And really, really taking the time, really slowing down with those questions. I had to pay attention to situations that brought about anxiety, that brought about negative thoughts, and begin to deal with them. Because for me, and Jesse mentioned, so then you work towards higher vibrations of love, peace, and joy. I wanted love, peace, and joy. That was quite important to me. I wanted to manifest that. I wanted to experience that. But I wanted to come from internal and then emanate. And so I had a note here to mention that one of the ways that was so telling for me in really learning this new way of being, I recall being with Hadiatu, and a call was coming in, and it was a difficult person. And she had to take the call, but it was, one of those calls that it just was not comfortable for her. And I remember her saying, I am so grateful for this call. And she answered the phone with just joy in her voice and a smile on her face. And she went through the phone call. That tiny interaction, being able to see that, and for her turning what would have been potentially not a good call into a positive one with the words, I am grateful for this call. I'm grateful for this person. They may not inspire the greatest feelings, but she determined what that call would look like. So Heidi, I just always wanted to mention to you and just thank you for those tiny lessons that are really magnificent in my heart, because they really truly shaped me even in this point here. Really sitting down with my thoughts, my feelings, my emotions, really unpacking them, so then I can become the best person. And then the third and last item is, and Jesse had said that, has shared with us something that deeply resonated with me. And it's this third and final point. Connecting your vision means being in alignment with systems, processes, people, environments that bring prosperity to you in all its aspects. So you've done the work. So you've understood that you have to pivot, the first point. Change is going to come, is going to happen. And if you don't make the change, then external situations will force you to change. And in this case, we've had the pandemic that has really forced us to change. Maybe your job, you've lost your job, or maybe you can't work in that job. Somehow something is forcing you externally to make that change, to confront what you have to deal with internally. And now you've accepted the fact that you have to pivot, you have to make the change. So now it's sitting with your thoughts, with your emotions, and with your feelings, and dealing with all that comes with unpacking a lot of the stuff that we've taken on, so you can walk lightly, right? But also get clarity on the vision, on the life that you want to desire. What does life look like for you? So I was on the panel for investing, and we talked about investing is not only for yourself, it's a legacy thing. This is also a legacy for me. Why? Because it means my children have the option of deciding if they want to have an American passport, if they want to have a South African passport. They can decide. I want to give them options of where they want to live. If a country doesn't serve your best interest, you shouldn't be locked down. You should be able to move to the country that brings out the best in you. And may his soul rest in peace, Mr. George Floyd, who really, really gave a global, it became a global lens to what was happening to people of color here in the United States. So if this country doesn't serve, then you then have to decide what country serves my best interest. And you have to put yourself in that position. So it's understanding that you have to pivot and accepting that you have to pivot, then doing the work, the internal work, before you do the external work. And the internal work is dealing with a lot of, in my investment panels, we talked about, she's Caribbean. Janelle mentioned growing up and not having, not being taught how to invest, appreciating and investing, or any lessons, any advice on investing, right? We're not taught. So now we have to sit with that and really say, where am I lacking? What do I need to do? And what's the life that I want to have? And then connecting with that vision. So for me, part of my other pivot with the pandemic was this offer to be a CFO of a publicly traded company. I wanted to pivot. I knew for me it was taking the work that I did on the continent and the work that I do for my business to the next level. And so that comes with greater responsibility. That comes with a lot of work, greater responsibility, but also understanding that, back to the point of sitting with your thoughts and really saying, I want to show up in a particular way. But understanding that as a Black woman, I show up in a boardroom as the only person of color. So understanding that I'm representing all of us. So it's the same thing with you in the various businesses and industries that you may be operating in. How do you show up? How do you want to be seen? Because I think it was Bell Hooks who said, where and when I enter, my people enter with me. And it's always been an expression that I've loved, but I've cherished and I carry with me. Where and when I enter, I carry all of us in, as should you, in the various rooms, the various spaces that you enter. And at times you're the only one that's entering in there. So the third point being connecting with your vision. So making sure now you're doing the external work. So for me, accepting a role of CFO and then looking for mentors, looking for courses that would help shape me as a CFO. So I can best serve our company, our various stakeholders, our shareholders, now that we are a publicly traded company, but also ensuring that we are compliant with the SEC, with the NASDAQ. So that was a big pivot for me in 2021. And so once you have the clarity on the type of life that you desire, then you begin to write it down and do the internal work to manifest it. Connecting with your vision is doing the work in the external world after you've done the internal work. And so I truly hope that these 3 points would be helpful to you as you think about what life looks like in 2022 as we navigate, again, this protracted pandemic. With the shift, and it's a global shift, it's not just happening in the US, it's happening worldwide. It's understanding that we have to pivot. It's understanding that we have to do the internal work, sitting with our thoughts, making sure that we're vibrating a little higher, going up a little higher, not taking the attitudes and the thoughts from the past, but saying we need to bring something new. So if that means something new, that means then it starts within. I'm actually rereading, as I do annually, this book here, Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich and Rich Dad Poor Dad are my annual must-reads. I read them over and over again because we are constantly evolving. But these books are like the other book that I read is the Bible, to ensure that I am keeping myself sharpened. So it's understanding that in summary, that we pivot, that you sit with your thoughts, and then you connect with your vision. And I look forward to connecting with you guys on my various social media, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, at Farai Today. I'd love to hear how that is working out for you, how you're pivoting, what the process has looked like for you as you've done the internal work. Have you had to work with a therapist? And there are resources out there to find great therapists and even spiritual leaders as well, spiritual mentors. And then finally connecting with your vision, what that looks like. And then really tapping into the Color Me World community to really connect with your vision, asking for help. Was particularly inspired by Daniel, who spoke on the investment panel, and Andre, who did the credit panel. I want to connect with them because for me, it's taking our wealth, prosperity to the next level. One of my mentors is a billionaire. There's only 3 Black women billionaires in the world. Well, there's now 2, but there were 3 according to Forbes. Isabella dos Santos of Angola, Oprah Winfrey of the United States, and Mom Alakija, Folorunja Alakija of Nigeria. I'm very close to her. She came to my graduation at Harvard University, but has really instilled so much in my life and really appreciating and understanding why, as Black people, we aspire wealth, not for ourselves, but at the end of the day, to really transform our communities and ultimately our nation, our continent. I'm a nation builder. I have a responsibility for the continent of Africa, which I take very seriously. Hadiat mentioned she's traveling to Africa in, I think, February, she said, for her birthday. I'm scheduled to go in March. Pray for me. It's my first time jumping onto a plane, with this pandemic. I dealt with some fears. I didn't realize that. I dealt with some fears. So pray for me at March. But it is a business trip. Again, responsible for the continent. We can't let fear slow us down or paralyze us. So I am so grateful to have been invited to come and be your closing speaker. And I truly hope that you were inspired, you were empowered, and that you are able to see a pathway forward with the life that you want to design, and understanding that truly you can live anywhere, you can work anywhere, you can play anywhere.
That's right.
I'm a testament to that. It is quite possible. It's not easy, but it is very possible.
Yeah.
So, Charisma and Hadi, I thank you so much for convening this. This has been so instructive, so insightful, so inspirational. I definitely, I appreciate you ladies, the energy that comes with putting something of this magnitude. I really appreciate you ladies.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you. Yeah. I'll let you go, Charisma. I'm like, we're both gonna be like, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, first off, I want to thank you because it started off with that conversation that we had. I had no idea who I was on the phone with. And you were dropping gold nuggets, and I walked away from that conversation and I called Hadi and I said, wow, can't wait to have her on. But you delivered here today. It was epic. I can't even tell you how appreciative I am, and not just seeing the chats blow up, but my phone blowing up. Everyone saying, "You, you definitely changed some lives today. You inspired some souls to go out there and elevate." So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Queen. We appreciate you speaking from the heart, being vulnerable enough to say, you know, where your challenges were and the things that you're doing to overcome them, because we see the accolades but don't see the behind the scenes, and those behind the scenes are truly what make people be able to grow and accomplish things that they never thought were possible, because then they understand when they hit those challenges and they hit those different types of walls. Oh, for I hit that too. Like, that's normal. She has fears that are inside too. She has things that she's working on too. And pivoting is something that, that's what this our community is about. That it's about the pivot. Like, for real, it's about the great pivot for you to figure out what that looks like. And I know it's very scary in the time that we're in today. It's so scary for so many people, because people prior to the pandemic, I truly believe there was a lot of people that had just conceded to the fact that they were just going to do whatever they were doing for a living. And they're like, it is what it is, and I'll just be fine. But when the pandemic hit and they got to sit still and be in their thoughts, as you're talking about, they started to realize that what they were doing was not aligning with their vision. And so it's a scary place for so many people that are now realizing, I need to have purpose, and I don't have it in this space right now, and I got to figure out how to go get it. And I believe that this community is going to be a place for that, which is exciting to me, because it's probably needed more now than it ever was before. And you delivered such a powerful talk and went exactly with everything that we talked about today, wrapped everything up. There are no words. We are completely and totally dropping the mic. And as I said at the beginning when I was introing you, I'm excited that we have been able to develop a sisterhood.
Yes.
Excited for the amazing things that we're going to do together. Excited for your continued success and all the things that you do. Girl, we're going to change the world in such a major way because of your heart, your soul, your passion to do exactly that. So I love you.
I love you too. I really appreciate that. I really, really do. I love how grounded the conversations have been, and how very vulnerable we've all been. Charisma, I was mentioning to Hadi about your son. I think you'd mentioned, right? And then just being able to connect at that level. For me, it was just, Regina, whom I look up to. I mean, when I think about, the epitome of a Black woman, Regina King, and then this horrific tragedy just befalls her. And for you to be talking about it today is just, this Color Me World community is amazing. And I love the fact that you mentioned you lost your luggage, your passport in Paris. And it was the Color Me World community that helped you navigate. I mean, first of all, the French are on another level, but that's not the platform to talk about the French because we may have some French folks on here. So I'm not going to talk about the French. But for you to leverage this community is just wonderful. So I'm also really, truly grateful to be exposed to this community and to really inspire us that from a business perspective, travel, live, play perspective, truly, when I say to you ladies, design it and then work hard. It is possible. It is possible. If there's anything that I absolutely abhor is going through border posts and having any problems. I want to come in like the queen that I am and have no issues, because the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell therein. I truly believe in that scripture. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell therein. No country should ever restrict me or you in traveling, in working, in playing. But we're not here to, for politics. But yeah.
Yes. Well, once again, thank you so very much.
I appreciate you guys.
You have an amazing rest of your afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world.
Thank you.
And we're down at the end. We're down at the end here, guys. God, today was everything.
I gotta tell you, I can't believe it. Time to end was 4 o'clock. It is 4 o'clock our time, 7 o'clock East Coast time, depending on where you are in the world. We are 6 minutes away from target, so we are right on time. So Hadi and I were talking behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And we wanted to make sure that we got everyone out there in the world that wanted this to be able to see what others are seeing, the value in this, understanding the power of manifestation, understanding why it's important more now than ever to be a part of a community, and not just any community, but a private community that allows you to be vulnerable, that is authentically raw, that we're not in here just trying to sell you ish. We're trying to pour value into you so that you can elevate, so that you can walk out of this year like literally living the best life ever. We all keep talking about this is going to be our year. How about let's actually make this our year? We'll do it together on a journey over the next 12 months together and walk into 2023 like what? So, Hadi, if you want to talk about what we had chimed about so we can help the community grow and get the word out there, and then also bless some of those that are helping spread the word.
For sure. So for all of you guys that are on here that are like, God, I wish my friend was here. I wish they were watching this right now. For those that registered, even, anybody that refers 5 members to Color Me World will get a year membership for free. And the reason that we were talking about even doing this, because I said, I just know how I am. If I had planned to do this and I was doing 3 other things today, I wouldn't have known the impact. But if one of my friends called me and said, girl, get on this right now, you need it, I would listen to that. And I think that there's some people on here that you have some friends and you're like, man, I need to call and say, girl, you need this, or guy, you need this. Like, this is something that's going to change your life. And I even been thinking about 3 people myself that I'm like, I should have made sure they got on here. Like I told them to, but I should have made sure, because I think today will change some things for people. But, you have to all understand that information without action doesn't even matter, right? And so you don't have to do everything that you heard today. There was a lot of stuff, right? And there are a lot of great information, but take a couple of nuggets and just start applying it to your day. If you just do a little bit at a time, some great things can happen. And that's what I believe we all should do. Figure out one piece. Maybe it was a piece from what Victor said about credit. And you're like, I need to go open an Experian account. Like, if that's the only thing I do today, I did that. That's good. But find something that you do today that your future self will be so grateful for. They'll say, thank you. Thank you for actually doing something. Because if this is the year that wealth will transfer in a major way, and you've been on a summit like this that is opening the door for you to be able to walk through and you don't, the only person to blame after this year for you not putting yourself in a wealth mindset and acquiring wealth is you. There's no barriers anymore. Like education is right here in front of you. And so, I'm super grateful for all of you staying in here with us, having fun with us, sharing it with your friends, commenting. This has been an amazing day, much more amazing than I thought. Charisma, I'm grateful to have you as a partner and excited about what we'll be able to continuously do for others. We're going to have these events quarterly, but again, in the community, what we're building right now is you'll be able to plug into the room. So give us about 7 days, like 7 days for us to like get all the speakers in their rooms. Okay. And then they'll be able to start figuring out what events they're going to have and how we can facilitate and make sure you get the information that you need to take you to the very next level in your life. So I love you all. That's what I got. Charisma, I'll throw it to you to just put the icing on the cake and we will be out.
Yeah. So just piggybacking off what Hadi said. Yes, there's not going to be an excuse after this year. What we have planned, what we have lined up, what we are open to working our butts off to provide for all of you. There's not going to be an excuse that by the end of this year that you hadn't seen change, that you hadn't elevated, that your bank account wasn't fatter, that your health wasn't better, your relationships were improved. We're not just hitting on one area. We are going to help you elevate every aspect of your lives. And most importantly, we're going to do this together. Everyone in there will be helping one another. This is not just going to be about you learning from experts, but you're going to be learning from each other, holding each other accountable, pulling them up. This is going to be your fire that you need to keep yourself as close as possible. You can also download the app, put it on your phone, take the other social media, get off of that stuff. That stuff is nothing but noise. Let's go and surround ourselves with what we need to be surrounded by. But then don't be selfish. Go and invite other people that are in alignment, that have been on their knees praying, asking for change. Let's go help change the world together, and we'll all be change agents. So with that said, Hadi, I am so blessed to have you as my friend, my partner, and I'm so excited to be traveling with you, meeting up with you tomorrow. So I am so excited for all of you to begin this journey with us. This is just the beginning of something super, super, super amazing. So with that said, I look forward to seeing you inside of the community.
Bye, guys.